team is fun, but I'm afraid to lose.
Don't worry! Team up with friends. Rank up faster, rank up faster. Go and rank up, radiant protection. Go and rank up.
Bonus points!
Go and rank up.
Double challenge point
Oh, you up for you. No matter what, just team up with friends. Just team up with friends. Just team up with friends.
Here's Messi, away from 2, 3, 4.
The world's best player shows us just what he's about again.
Is this on? Oh, great. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my secret lair. Everything is getting put together right now. Perfect. This here is testing stage that ensures your safety during your ride. They are currently debugging the hub. Look how it goes. Boy, it is powerful and agile. Doesn't that just make you want to give it a go? Only after careful inception will the equipment be ready for release. All of this equipment can help you achieve victory. Get ready. Join us now.
Disfrutar el juego.
It's been a long journey, ladies and gentlemen. We're currently in day 4 of week number 4. It's been 4 long weeks. We started with 48 teams going through the league stage itself, starting off with Group Red, Group Green, and Group Yellow. And the top 3 in each respective groups have already moved forward to the main event itself. And then we went over to the final chance for all these people itself. We had matches between Group Red versus with Group Green. And we had Group Green go up against Group Yellow. And of course, last but not least, yesterday's match itself, Group Red versus with Group Yellow. And of course, this is the first day of the last chance qualifiers here for all the top 16 teams still remaining at the PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. And of course, I'm joined by Blade from Team Aegon I8 right here. Now, Blade, if you guys remember this, yesterday they played quite an amazing match. Game number 6, 19 eliminations, and of course, a winner chicken dinner. So it comes to no surprise that we're going to be having Blade joining us right here. So Blade, how are you doing today?
I'm fine.
All right. So you had a fantastic performance in the final game yesterday. What, be honest, what went through your mind and your team's mind, and what did you had in plans in mind for that match?
So हमारे पास तो we had nothing to lose, तो हमने कहा कि just extra aggressive जाते हैं, बाकी फिर do or die का situation था, so बस हम extra aggressive गए and alhamdulillah कर गए. So we went just extra aggressive in the last match and we had nothing to lose, so we went for do or die.
Do or die indeed. And of course, your team also had 19 eliminations, and that's not a small number in the last match, and you especially eliminated 8 players. Now, did it boost the confidence of each and every one of your team members, and should we expect you to keep playing aggressively now, or do you guys have a different thing in mind?
बिल्कुल हमारा confidence ज़रूर boost हुआ है, तो आज हम पहले से बहुत ही ज़्यादा aggressive जाएंगे आज हम. So it indeed boosted our confidence, and we are going much aggressive than yesterday.
I think everyone is expecting have high expectations of you guys. You guys climbed really high on that final match itself. Now, with only 16 teams remaining in the tournament, which teams are you watching out for and why? And is it a different team compared to what you had in mind when you started off here at PMGC?
सारी टीम्स इधर अच्छी है, but I think we are gonna look out for HVVP and Vampire because of their past achievements. So yeah.
There you have it. So definitely Vampire Esports as well as HVP is going to be in their minds. So last but not least, final question for you here is, what would you like to tell your fans in Pakistan and all around the world? Because yesterday we didn't get to actually had a few words from you guys after that amazing match. Anything you want to share with them?
Just thank you for supporting. जो हमको support कर रहे हैं, thank you a lot, and हमें support करते रहो. इंशाल्लाह अब आपको result देते रहेंगे. Yeah, that's it.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations once again for making it to the top 16 right here. Ladies and gentlemen, they have it, Blade from Team Aegon I8. Now, right after this, we're going to kickstart the first match of the day. This is the last chance right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. 16 teams and only 5 will make it to the main event at the end of 12 matches. So don't go away. We'll be right back right after this commercial break itself, and we'll see you guys at match number 1 at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022 final chance. See you guys in a bit.
2 days, 12 matches, and 15 other teams are going to be stopping you from getting into your dream of playing in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022 Finals over in Jakarta. And it's just a few weeks away, to be honest. We're going to find out what's going to happen exactly over these next 2 days of play. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by Maxman and Sandstorm to break down everything happening, well, in the last 3 days, and of course, what's coming up these next 2. And gentlemen, as we were seeing before, getting to hear from I8, that was a rough finish yesterday, but they pulled through, they qualified. But the problem is, it doesn't get easier than, well, it doesn't get easier at all for them. It just gets more difficult going into today.
Exactly, and I really liked what he said during the interview too. That he said that like they had nothing to lose pretty much, and like, okay, we're just going to go hyper aggressive into it, and that was the egg on I8 to allow them to qualify into the last chance. So I'm hoping they're looking back on this and saying, wait, this actually worked. Let's just be more aggressive than we did in the past, and that might be enough for them to maybe make in top 5. It's not going to be easy, okay? Don't get me wrong, it is going to be really hard, but that is the type of playstyle that could allow you to maybe go just a little bit further here in PMGC.
Thing is, it might work, but you're going back to competing against teams from Group Green. So now we're back to the strongest teams again competing against you. The fact that it's going to be once again over the course of 12 games, the pressure is definitely on for every single one of these teams, especially with the ones that are the last representation available and present right now in the PMGC for their respective regions. We have some regions who have representatives in the grand finals, some who still don't. So just that added pressure for those teams.
Oh, also the added pressure of knowing Group Green played all their matches in the first 2 days, and now they got to sit back and watch yesterday and kind of suss out their opponents and all of their enemies. For you guys at home, though, we want to hear your thoughts about who's your favorite team. You can watch within the Esports Center in-game and actually get some tokens to vote. I think we saw, what was it, S2G is number 1 the last through the last 3 days. I want to see that change, okay? Let's get Bigatron number 1. Because they've made it here to the last chance. They have a chance to get through into the finals, and I think they need everyone's support because top 5 for them as well is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I think the BTR could be one. I thought DRS would be first. You know, I was surprised. SG's already qualified, okay, we get it, but DRS would need the support too right now because they're close. They win 7th in the survival stage. They can make it.
Hey, if this fan vote was in YouTube chat, I'm pretty sure DRS would definitely win, and then we'd see LGD second as well, considering what we saw in the past. Big shout to Sony Xperia, the Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can get 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gameplay and streaming. And while you're playing on your Xperia 1.4, you can go chill out in the lounges of the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where our world is your playground. And you know what, Max? I like playgrounds. They're fun. I'm a little too big for them. I was too big for all those fast food restaurant playgrounds when I was younger. But you know what? I'm sure I can make it work.
I didn't have friends to go to the playground with, so I never went there. So what can I tell you, man? I was gaming at home, man. That's why I'm here.
It's a really depressing turn. But luckily for me, with Prime Gaming, I can make it not so depressing with free items in-game, premium content, and also Prime benefits. On top of that, I can buy myself some things to make myself feel better. I'm sure, Maxman, you might have done that in the past too.
Yeah, I order some snacks like that. I just feel better, and I just eat myself to happiness. I know.
Well, you eat yourself to happiness. What Sandstorm does is he logs into PUBG Mobile, plays right now up to the 31st of December to unlock a Maserati skin for himself. That's how he makes himself happy. So you know what? You know, everyone has their own things, and I think also Sandstorm is just wishing he could have one in real life. So Maserati, if you're watching, we'll each take one of your fine vehicles.
I don't care which color, just I'll take it. Just, it doesn't. Listen, even if it's an old model, one that's being fixed up, I'll take it. It's fine.
I like it. It's so weird. Like you get a car given to you, like I don't like the color. No, no thanks.
Okay, Max. Well, I mean, you did say yesterday you do, or was it yesterday or the day before? You have a license, but you don't drive.
I'm scared of driving. I don't know. It's scary. Everyone's going so fast. I don't like it.
All right, Maserati. I'll take his car and my car. He doesn't need one, clearly. Make sure you guys are all following all the official social media channels as well here as we now take a look at the participating teams here in our last chance. It's 2 days, only 2 days of play here. Non-stop action between all these teams. And really, looking at the list of teams we have, it's really, I think it's difficult to choose all the top 5 with 100% confidence.
It's so complicated. Like every single game, we only got 3 teams you can put on our teams to watch. I would like to put like 6, 7, if not 8 potential of these teams. Like so many of these squads are looking just so scary in general, Sandstorm. And the thing is, even the teams at the bottom, they showed like true potential. Like I8 on that final game. If they play at that level of play today, who knows? Maybe top 5 is achievable, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but
Not
I want them
easy.
to do that in front of group green teams. That's the thing. In front of every single one of these teams, not just showing it up on the one day. That's going to be the important thing over the course of the 12 games.
What's also going to be important is individual performance. Again, 12 matches of time is all you have to step up here, and sometimes all you really need is that one person, like your Suki's for LGD, to put up almost 6,500 damage himself to make things possible. And I mean, we got to see Icy step up, IHC in particular when it came to yesterday, and even looking at our top teams when it comes to performance, surprised to see actually Alpha 7 up here because they didn't really stand out to me too much when we were watching them.
The thing is, they've just been consistently getting themselves some actually decent eliminations. Maybe not able to rack up really a lot of placement points that way, but they were just constantly, like, even in bad games, getting themselves 3, 4, 5 eliminations. It would be constantly coming in, so their average damage, of course, does reflect that consistency in terms of overall eliminations and damage on the board. So they were looking pretty good. I do like what Alpha 7's brought to the table, but it's down to the wire now. Top 5 is not going to be forgiving you if you have one bad game.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's going to be difficult. And honestly, I think consistency will be a big part of it. But to take a look at these two teams in particular, of HVVP and LGD, I do kind of wonder, what is that threshold of the amount of matches that need to be played before teams that have those really high highs and low lows really kind of falls off and eventually normalizes? Because if you have a small amount of matches, teams who can just pop off in those, 5-6 matches can easily surprise you. But 12, I don't think that's enough to cancel out that fact. So not really able to afford too many bad matches here as we take a look at our top performers here for Erangel. Bacon Time, surprisingly enough here, Sandstorm. I think they were a top performer last time we saw them as well. So they're maintaining that level of consistency.
Yeah, and they're still always staying towards the top of the pack, top 4, top 5, when it came to the group stage, when it came to the survival stage as well. So their performance is very, very consistent and definitely one of the teams to watch out for throughout the last chance games. iNCO as well. iNCO, me and Max were talking about it off air, and the fact that the zone was favoring them a little bit at the start of, I guess day 1 for group stages games. So we want to see, or rather survival stage games, but we want to see if that's going to happen with them today or what's going to happen with iNCO.
I mean, you were one of the people talking them up quite a bit here when it came to day 1, Sandstorm. So I'm going to hit you with the hard question. Is iNCO going to be top 5 at the end of these 2 days?
No.
Wow.
Honestly,
Whoa.
I don't think. Honestly, I don't think so. Yes, they have been performing very, very well, but now that we've reached the very last stage of the tournament for these guys, I'm expecting a lot of changes from a couple of teams, and I don't think iNCO are going to be able to make it.
Okay, well, let's take a look at your guys' team to watch here, and I kind of side with you, Max, man. I kind of wish we had like 6 or 7 to use because honestly, there are so many different teams to focus on in particular, and I am happy to see at least one of you guys put Enigma Galaxy in this because for me, that is definitely one of the biggest teams to watch, considering their performance from last year at PMGC, considering the performance they've had for the majority of the year. They seem to be shadows of their former selves. But talk me through Besiktas and Aegon I8 as well here, Sandstorm. Why these two teams?
So with I8, they had half of their survival chance games or survival stage games in the bottom 4. Just very, very poor performances on day 1. When we came to day 2 for them, that's when they started to pop off a little bit. They managed to get a top 2, and of course, at the end, we saw that massive chicken dinner with 19 elims. Sure, but it's not going to work out for you if you keep playing at the same pace in these games, so something needs to change. You need to play that aggressive style from game 1. When it comes to Besiktas, they suffered a lot from hot drops at the beginning of the game, so definitely have to see a change here with the new teams coming in from Group Green as well. NGX, plain and simple, you are the last Arabian representative in this tournament, so there's a lot of pressure. There's just so much on your shoulders right now, but we'll see what they can do. They have to change it up compared to the survival stage. You have to play more closely grouped together compared to previously.
So I like how Sandstorm went with some like underdog teams. Then you look at Max Man and he chose the Chad teams.
Shameless.
Exactly. Not even like the teams that like if they perform well they have a chance. HVVP, LGD, and Damn1 Gaming here. Max Man taught me through it.
So LGD, HVP, I'm not even going to talk about them because I think it makes sense. First, second place, boom. Okay, that's my point. Damn1. Survival stage actually not as good as I think a lot of people initially expected. They qualified in 13th position, only had one good game throughout the entire survival stage. Bit of a rough transition, so I'm hoping last chance we can see that step up because Damn1 still can perform so well, so I want to see a little bit more.
Man, it's like an anime. They're still powering up. They're trying to test the power levels of everyone else in the lobby before they go full Super Saiyan. And we're going to go full Super Saiyans. We're going to head over to John, Allen, and Blank to take us into our first match of the day.
12 matches on the card, 6 today, Blank. We are going to play the first 50% of those games, and the team's going to be earning the first 50% of their points that they're going to have. It is a sprint, so you need to put your best foot forwards.
You do indeed. I mean, this is where it gets really tough now. Only top 5 teams will go through. 12 matches to play, so they play exactly the same amount of games they will be playing over in the survival stage. We do our player shots here, watching some of these teams get ready to go. We've got HVVP on our screen right now, who have done fantastically well over in their respective group for survival stage, topping the leaderboard for survival stage as well, so they'll go home with the lion's share of that prize pool in that particular format. But yeah, last chance now. See which teams can make it towards the top. Obviously, green is a group that is terrifyingly scary. i8 making it in after one of the best games I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile on our previous day that we played yesterday. So we'll see what they can do, because they'll be riding on a high amount of adrenaline coming into today.
Well, you'd hope so, right? I mean, they absolutely blasted out. To me, it felt like they did just throw that Hail Mary, right? They went for that bridge camp and stayed there for quite a while. They didn't head central earlier on, which most likely, if they weren't in that position on the tables, they would have done. But they stayed there, and they got 9 eliminations very early into the game, and that was crucial in the end. They picked up 10 more over the course of it. But are they going to bring that to this sort of a game, right? Are they going to bring that sort of Hail Mary throw into this stage of the tournament, right? Because now you're set up, you're top 16. The only way you get forwards is in those top 5 spots, Blank.
It is really rough to get all the way through to the end. I mean, top 5 is not a lot of chances for you to pump yourself towards the top. And like you say, it was a bit of a Hail Mary, but still, it takes a lot of determination and a lot of cool and calm, to be honest with you, when you're that far down the table, to be able to get the 9 eliminations and then think to yourself, there is a possibility now, and we have to play it out. Not let those nerves get to you or the pressure, and still play out the game really damn well with a 4-man squad towards the end in Sosnovka. I think it was a break that they absolutely needed, was that Sosnovka finish, but they made the right decision in the early game, and everyone else was very flustered, a little bit too pressured to make it happen. But we are now with the big dogs, with big leagues, over in our top 16, and it will only be top 16 from here on out. So head over towards the PMGC Grand Finals next, but this is the last chance for any of these teams to make it in towards this Grand Finals and play with the best of the best.
Top 5 over in the survival stage on a 12-game set, so very comparable here, was in 120 points. So that will be around where these teams are going to be looking to target in order to be able to achieve greatness. And of course, you can achieve greatness by looking like someone pretty great himself. It's Captain Messi. He's joining the PUBG Mobile Battlefield. Stand out on the battleground with the Messi football icon set. Grab them in PUBG Mobile now.
Absolutely want to pick up that. Very nice couple of skin sets coming through from there. And if you also want to catch yourself some more skins, some more abilities that look good on the battlefield, stylish, the PMGC 2022 special crate, which will be dropping somewhere near you very soon. So make sure you grab your vehicles, you send on over, because we're on the 3rd right now, and this will release over on the 5th. So 2 days before you can start getting your hands on that bad boy. So make sure you are ready and raring to go, as we do conclude our last chance before the holidays, let's say.
Let's take a look at this game right now, Blank, because, well, hang on a minute. I was going to talk about the circle, but it looks like the Sharks are swirling. But unfortunately, Reggie's got the harpoon out. He's going to take down the first Great White. LGD lose a player early, flushed fast, but the damage pours right back in through the windows. Unfortunate for LGD to lose a player like that. They do get that answer, but both these teams now down to 3 players. Let's talk about the circle a little bit, Blank. It's kind of hard shift over to that east side on a hard cut plane path.
Yeah, over towards the eastern side, not too bad for some of these teams. iNCO, very happy with this one. We saw in their group, they were playing very, very central, and particularly in the survival stage as well, very central play to getting themselves far towards the end of the game, not necessarily any explosive matches, with Nenebete actually able to pull out some very clutch moments towards the end of the game to get them even further, and I think that was one of those key factors. The rest of the team doing fairly well for themselves. Vitali, very good on these off angles, able to get himself into these sneaky places where some of these teams don't expect the angles that he's shooting from. So that's pretty good for iNCO. They'll be happy with that. This gives them a kickstart to their game plan, which has always been that central play style. A7, on the other hand, they had a really good jump up in performance over in their respective games in the survival stage. We felt like they were a little bit lacking maybe in those first 6 matches, but they certainly fixed that just a little bit for themselves coming into their second day of play.
Hope they can carry that sort of fixing forwards. They can try and have a better time of it, because it is still very much a sprint. 2 days worth of games, only 12. Some of the shortest phases of the tournament we've seen across PMPL all the way up to PMGC. But that's what the last chance is all about. Getting those final 5 who can put up the numbers when it matters most. That's what we want to find here in the last chance stage. At the moment, we've got 2 leaders, but only 1 point on either of those teams. Reject and LGD trading blows there. iNCO and Abete spotting out, or scouting out, over to Alpha 7, Carrillo. On the inside. On the east side of prison. Not really going to find those shots, but certainly presence now felt by Alpha 7 playing in Pubg.
Sending a scout out towards that western side. iNCO don't spot it as of yet though, so Alpha 7 should be pretty safe to bring the rest of the team on over. The Pubg kind of a dead spot right now on the circle, with it not heading all the way over towards that east, right out towards the water. Perhaps a position that they can maintain control of just in case we do get another hard shift on the circle over towards the east. Game Lord similarly have also sent themselves in, a team that really had a big improvement towards the end of their day. We had a lot of teams stepping up yesterday, essentially. What we started to see was that basically there was a few teams maybe from that top side of the table that are able to hit some big points. I'm looking at LGD in particular, who were really dominating that lobby. But it was mostly down from 16th to 24th where we're seeing most of the movement happen. I think these teams realized that it was time for them to really step it up. And I think that that's the issue you fall into, is it you're on this 12 matches, you don't want to play too fast, too loose, because you're worried about going out too early. And then some of these teams realize that maybe they have a bit more power in them than they actually thought when it was a do-or-die moment.
And of course, you have to include the dynamic of removing Group Green, some of the powerful teams in there, that allowed them that freedom to try and dig deeper and find a little bit more power. So hopefully they can keep that one going. Besiktas from Yasnaya will start to move south, playing on the mansion area. Being pretty good in their compound right now. It's a little bit north of center, but still pretty decent as a base of operations. Can probably 2-2 split with another compound across the way and see if they can control that northern side. Would be quite valuable. No one really looking to swing in on that north just yet. I mean, you've got Bigatron also in Yasnaya Poliana, and they qualified 79 points. Like the team in 17th place was 78 points, so they were very, very close to not making it here. So Bigatron and also Enigma Galaxy, who also got 79 points, they have a lot to prove here, and they do need those step-ups that we were talking about from teams yesterday.
Yeah, you are essentially coasting at that point in time for some of these teams. I mean, you look at Enigma Galaxy, Bigatron Red Aliens, Dan1 Kia, in fact, 84 points above Aegon XA8. I don't think you can say Aegon were coasting, because they had a very rocky amount of waves that came their way, and the boat was shifting all sorts of places towards the end when they had that tempest of a game that sent them through. Dan1 Kia, on the other hand, they had a really good start to their sail, honestly, getting themselves very, very far in towards the tournament in terms of point scoring, but then fell off massively after that. And I think that is something we talked about, is that adaptation from a lot of these teams came through, and they weren't exactly sure how to deal with it. VPE coming in from that western side, as are Aegon XA8 now. I can see that VPE are a little bit split off between one another. HVVP over that top side. With this next circle heading up towards that northeast, a circle that I would 100% say that HVVP is known for doing very well on, especially with their rotation over the top of shooting range. Send themselves towards a compound down towards the eastern side of Yas Fields. Really strong spot for them to start this game out right.
Game Lord playing 1-2-1 on the convoy. Leading in, getting the buggy. They will crash in, playing neighbours with iNCO now. Teams rolling in behind them as well. Reject going to have to divert a little bit to the west there, past Besiktas. As Robs takes shots over towards iNCO's position as well. They try and lay claim to a corner of the compound. These buildings, very, very valuable with this hard north shift.
Massively useful to a lot of these teams. This one in particular, Besiktas, they hold the better side of this compound. However, Enigma Galaxy is going to be difficult to get rid of them. Game Lord will struggle slightly considering a lot of those windows on that side is open. So getting them into a good spot is essentially, they've sacrificed a spot on the side with high ground for a better positioning in the late game. Because right now they have super central position within the circle, and they did have a great ability to get towards one of these compounds that Besiktas or Enigma Galaxy have picked up, but they opted to go for something maybe a little bit more towards the circle center. I mean, they've been playing much better from one of these positions, so I can respect the fact that they don't want to go too aggressive early on and take the initiative on these high grounds, and rather would like to play for that late game when they know that they're able to score those points.
Vampire playing on the western side will have to move south of these fields. That will put them directly in competition with Enigma Galaxy and Besiktas in the compounds ahead of them. LGD from that northern side. DRS from the south. They start to make their movement. Aegon XI8 from the south now pushing in. Actually turned short there behind IHC. As IHC look to potentially guard them out, but there is position to move through here for Aegon XI8. Godless, though, wants to look for the sneaky little shot over the ridgeline. Tags one, tags two, but not quite able to get the full knock there. UZM just able to duck down behind the ridgeline and stay alive. We'll be able to pop that heal as well. Only the one first aid, however. That's going to be a pretty heavy hit to supplies.
Had to move quite far to this team to get into position anyway, so I think for Aegon XI8 is the case of just sending away, maybe head up a little bit further towards that western side, try and punch in for a different way. You don't really want to face off against IHC much longer in this position, purely because they already know the route you're taking and will essentially go for something more of a gatekeep. There's only 2 real rotations you can make around prison anyway, and already IHC is sent towards that eastern side rotation, which has a few of those compounds down on the low ground. Titans are in front of them. However, that's quickly dealt with by IHC, who were looking really good yesterday.
They had a lot of power, a lot of firepower, fragging potential. Down one, though, looking to prove their own fragging potential. Game Lord won't actually slow them down into the garage and the compound. As nades start to fly back and forth between the buildings. Gets a good chunk of damage over there with a nade for Game Lord. On the busted outside of the building, needs to be careful from teams crashing in on alternate sides. Game Lord in the far corner. iNCO, they've been hiding in this, well, I say hiding, they've been holding in this building for quite a while now. They've allowed 2 teams into the compound.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty standard iNCO playstyle. A good nade to start off for Game Lord actually gets a big chunk of damage over towards the guys from Damwon Kia. I think that they're a little bit worried, but this position is very classic iNCO, to be honest with you, with the fact that, you know, they're usually either squashed between 2 teams or on the outside between 2 teams. It's very interesting how they get themselves into this scenario so often, and I think that you bring a good point, John, in the sense that they've allowed this to happen. Realistically, they don't like to take too much presence. They'd rather that they chilled with the homies. You know, they had 12 players all in one place that were sort of wary of one another and didn't want to take any fights, because there's always that looming presence of a third party, and it's very, very close by. So now Damwon Gaming, as well as Game Lord and iNCO, reluctant to fight one another. Although, with the way the circle's going, keeps heading up towards that northern side, and sooner or later, this is no longer going to become one of these central spots.
Ooh, a trade, 1-for-1. Victor able to get a knock, but Damwon have the backup. Game Lord try and put theirs into the fray as well. Akashi moving forwards, Rob's low, and a second knock goes over towards Damwon. A flush over onto Victor, but Akashi's picking up the points in the meantime. Forest still active for Damwon, trying to get that heal off in time. Has got the DBS. Brutal catches one, looks for the flush onto Robs. Now one more player from Game Lord downstairs. Narvalo looks to try and survive, the archetypal survivor for this squad, and Forest is the solo. Molotov through the door forces him around that staircase to play a little bit fast and loose with it. Narvalo gets to cover on the outside, but instead decides he wants to go maybe for a little bit of a scrap. No, outside further. Akashi repositions away, and just in time, the Molotov bursts outside the door.
You can hear the shells been popped back into the DBS. Nade goes long, but it's not good enough. And realistically, again, this is a bit of overconfidence and a bit of overzealousness coming through from the guys from Game Lord. They had a good position when they didn't have to push that. They could have waited. They could have gone for the reses.
I think this was Damwon's push.
Yeah, what I'm saying, downstairs. After they'd taken out so many of the members, they could have waited and got those reses as opposed to pushing onto Damwon. And now this is that third-party presence I was talking about. This is why I was ill-advised to go for this fight in the first place. iNCO's moving up. I think the only saving grace for both these teams is how much of a non-aggressive team iNCO actually is.
But Narvalo is alive for Game Lord, Blank, and that basically means that Game Lord is still very much alive. He can survive anything, I'm pretty sure. But Besiktas, they've been holding in this really powerful position for so long with Nigma Galaxy right down beneath them in this compound. And it looks like Nigma Galaxy want to turn the tables at the top, but Aegon XIA here to play as well. Sun HP able to find the second elimination over onto Besiktas. They have taken heavy hits, and they're down to just the one player. Looking to try and put this nade in through the window. Besiktas fall first. Nigma Galaxy now trying to hold off on the top, but Aegon XIA, they've taken this brilliant opportunity, frankly, and now it's an entirely new team that Nigma Galaxy need to reconsider in going for this push up the top. They did the brunt of the work, but Aegon XIA get the position.
And 2 eliminations for their troubles. Very, very well done to them. A great timing to go for this push as well. Smokes on the top of that ridge side to prevent any of these third parties coming through from VPE that they could basically quietly slip throw. So I really like this play from Aegon XA. Sets them up themselves well, gets them in the circle, gets them towards a high ground position. Yes, it's not towards the center, but it does give them a great outpost to start playing from, to start scouting from. BTR out, 14th place, 0 eliminations, nothing found for them.
Not ideal. We've had 3 teams go down early, and in a sprint format, it is dangerous to take these L's this hard. With only 5 places available, right? You're talking maybe 3 or 4 games maximum you can take a dive on. And even then, you will need to be putting up numbers in the others. At the top, we were seeing that bubble in 5th place around 120 points. That's a 10-point average per game, Blank. So you need to be pushing past that every single game.
Yeah, and that's with some of our heavy hitters in the lobby taking a lot of those points in the first place. And I think with the majority of the big players from Group Green actually already in, this lobby is infinitely harder now. With most of the teams that were not doing so well or were down on their luck out from 8th place downwards, it is a rough lobby going forward for a lot of these guys. Good practice going towards the PMGC Grand Finals though. Play all your way through your groups into survival stage and last chance, but it is a stressful situation to be in. Much rather be kicking back, analysing these games yourself in the meantime, rather than having to pseudo-practice, but also fight for your life at the same time.
HVVP certainly getting their practice in. Top of the tables in the survival stage that concluded yesterday, as LGD very much nearly took that spot from them, but they went down fairly early in that final game with only a couple points to leave HVVP the victors. But now they need to do it all again. Circle shifts down southeast, cuts out the compound on the western side of things, but keeps the position in the compound for Vampire, for iNCO.
iNCO, again, not moving too much. They did clear out that player from Damwon earlier. Narvalo lives longer, still within the circle. Bit of a barren wasteland towards the center of the circle, honestly. Some good compounds on the outer edges, though, so you're most likely going to see teams play edge for a little while longer. You might see some crashes come through as well. HVP not able to pick up any eliminations as of yet, but they have been doing some good work down towards Alpha 7 and Bacon Time. Hitting the shots, getting some knocks, taking off those helmets. A7 certainly will be worried, but a crash more than likely required. And getting across from that north side is ever more harder because you have to cross that road, so you're open.
Enigma Galaxy roll right on up to the compound. Nanobete tries to put the nade up top, but they're not quite so fast up the top. Hang on a minute, there's Aegon XI8. They're coming in behind Enigma Galaxy, potentially looking to crash the same building and cause problems, but with iNCO going down, they know that there is a player in there. They're going to instead draw a little bit short and try and take Enigma Galaxy to task because they know they're forcing them to take inopportune angles against the iNCO squad holding on the inside.
It's anyway, UCM in the vehicle, pushes out wide. They don't want to go for this one. Maybe try and head towards that northern edge of the map. Surprisingly, they allow Enigma Galaxy to get in front of them. HVVP suffering terribly versus Bacon Town at the moment. Meku down. Tixie's already out. Kitsune also bleeding. Able to get himself back up to 70%. So a two-man squad here for HVVP.
Difficult push south, and they really weren't prepared for it. Shirty did go down for Bacon Time, which leaves them as 3, so potential for them to push through this one, but will be very difficult. You can see that smoke train is starting to run out now, and Matic really in danger for HVVP. Aegon XI8 trying to swing around the north side, trying to move into this area of the map, but they don't have much info, and they will be cut down. First to fall is IQ. Next up, look at her try and take down UZM as well. Aegon XI8, they look like they were doing all right here, but they swing wide and wild on the northern edge, and HVVP fall with them.
Allowing Enigma Galaxy to get in front of them was the biggest mistake they made. I think that was purely with the way that the terrain was set up on that western side. Enigma Galaxy were able to swing down underneath the ridge out of view. The guys from Aegon XI8, and they weren't able to gatekeep as well as they would have liked. Great position for Enigma Galaxy to pick up. I mean, it's a Hail Mary to go for this compound, trying to think that there's no one already in here. You expect from the amount of fighting that's going on in this circle, the amount of open area there is, that Enigma Galaxy can go for this push. If there's a team in there, they fight for their lives for it. If there's not, great news. They can continue to play from here and maybe get themselves a good game off it. IHC, on the other hand, down towards that southeast side, there's no one with them right now. They did a good job at getting some knocks, getting some eliminations, clearing out most of the teams on that side of the map. Now they have so much space to work with.
DRS shots over to Enigma Galaxy, find the knock onto Lord. The flush actually coming through. 2 players from Enigma Galaxy still alive. LGD doing fairly well. They lost a player early. With the circle that they hold right now, they're pretty much the only team fully in this one. All of these teams in the compound going to have to move out towards them.
It's a horrid playground for a lot of these players to go through. Look how just open, flat it is. It's going to be snakes galore. You have to drop the backpack, try and make your way in. Reject have nades over towards DRS, currently on a 5-limb streak at the moment. Nade's been sent back by Delta now in between them. Dweller takes a bit of damage, but doesn't drop the pin. Massive amount of damage chunked over towards DRS at the start here. Will it be enough?
Do they know that it's a duo as well? Because you'd imagine they just push really, really hard if they did have that sort of inclination. Delta pushes in through the smoke, has got the UMP, they're playing close, up and personal, but Duello, he has the drop on this one. Delta able to turn this one around though, and both of the reject players fall for 1 knock over onto Gianti. DRS might not be able to get this res, in fact, and Delta out into the blue. Is he going to be able to get back in time, or is he just going to tick away? Just able to squeak out there. But really, really low, has to hop out and gets knocked almost immediately, actually. Goes down to the dropout from a barely moving vehicle.
I mean, that's what happens. Usually you can drop out those vehicles at that speed. You take a tiny, insy little bit of damage, but there it was absolutely enough, considering this guy was basically on his last legs anyway. Bacon time. Get knocked out. It's on that north side. Great move from IHC. Realize that there's so much space open. It's time for them to move in and start dominating this lobby. Alpha 7 similarly have a good spot. They've been playing out from here for a long, long while. Haven't had to move too much. One of the stronger compounds, but look at this western side. It is so grouped up. It's so horrendous to push through. So many smokes now been laid down. The fog of war absolutely blooming here.
Vampire have been fairly quiet so far this lobby, but they are playing as 4. They're playing on this flank. Unfortunately, though, Squash finds that nade. Nanobete wants to push in to go for the flush. Will be able to find it onto Stoned, and none of the team from iNCO will fall. 5 eliminations there. As Vampire cut down to 3. Ravenclaw falls. as LGD holding on the outside here. They're playing on this ridge on the outside of this compound, and Vampire are just getting torn to shreds. 5 eliminations for LGD, and some of the heavy hitters from Group Green have already taken that tumble.
HVP out, VPE out. Bacon Time also not making it through very far, but iNCO, 6 eliminations. This team is a survivor team. They certainly make it far when they need to. Yes, they'll put up the massive games that we see from some of these other teams, but this is a chance right now to prove us wrong. 6 eliminations so far, but up against one of the most terrifying squads over the last couple of days. It's LGD, nades in hand from Suki, the man, the myth, the legend himself. 549 average damage done. It is unbelievable the amount of work this boy puts through.
Spray from Nenebete over to the Titans, lights them up, but doesn't quite knock them down. Now that position's given away, and LGD are going to launch nade after nade over to it. Looking to burn them down as well. iNCO going to be low on these meds, moving in for Vitali, but you really can't commit for this res. MVM pushes over the top. There's so many shotguns in this close range, and MVM finds out all about it. A nade, a shotgun shell, trying to put the hurt on, and it will be good for Squash yet again. Suki falls, and now LGD down to just one. Chunksy is there behind the ridgeline, but can't be in a position to aid his teammates just yet. Shots over from Teak. Might be able to go under the vehicle, just looking for one more. The heel being burnt out right now for Chunksy against 4 players from iNCO. They did get the res onto Vitali, but they still have to push.
Huge amount of damage been sent through to iNCO now. Titan looking to pick up themselves a good amount of eliminations as Puncher takes those shots. iNCO still taking shots backwards. Nenebete might be able to find himself a thread of an angle here. It'll be very difficult for him. The RS sends nades over towards Narvalo. Doesn't quite take him out.
He didn't manage to get the nade off. Vitali sprayed him down. He spotted him, so I don't know if Narvalo's position is known. And like, they're still alive. I said it earlier, Game Lord. They're still very much going in strong. Don't know how Narvalo does it. Teak. Oh, he's finally gone down. I had to say it. I had to ruin it for him. But shots over towards Titan, still good for Nenebete, and iNCO still up at 4 players alive. 10 eliminations for iNCO. This is the sprint team that we wanted to see. Nenebete finally takes down Titans.
This guy is just unreal good at the moment. I think for iNCO, he has been such a massive boon to have on the team. The rest of the team doing well to back him up, rallying around his thunderous charge throughout this survival stage and last chance. A7 now looking to go Brazil versus Brazil here. TU comes out on top. A7 were able to make things look a little bit better for themselves towards the end of the survival stage, but now iNCO might have something to say about it. IHC in the back though from Mongolia, looking to maybe take out the team that sits between them and the 12 elimination squad.
These are all high-power teams, Blank, looking to get into this fight. Revo wants the challenge, wants the spray. It will be good, but there's a rundown to be seen for it. A trade-off, a 1-for-1, but IHC come off the worst for wear as iNCO can now start to move up. 3rd place, 5 eliminations for Alpha 7. A good start to their bid, but now we're down to the final 2 teams. iNCO, 4 players, IHC with 3 after losing it on the rundown, but they have 10 eliminations as well.
Nenebete looking to hit these shots. 4-man squad now for iNCO from a very unlikely position on the map. Took their time, were passive about it. This is when to really come alive is in these final moments. And this time around, it's not iNCO with no utility, no nothing, no ammo on board. This is an iNCO fully set up. Backpacks just brimming with supplies here.
Look at that, Ziol, 2 first aids, no stims, no nades, no utility. Nenebete, only the 2 first aids himself as well. Vitali, 6 eliminations for Vitali so far. That's almost half of the elimination count for iNCO. Been doing a lot of work himself. Ziol lit up. Alex maybe soon to follow, but there is an answer coming through. Godless able to trade that one off, but the 2 players forwards might just fall here. Alex hits the deck, doesn't quite get that heal off before getting knocked by Squash, leaving iNCO at a 3v1. The trade knock is there, and maybe even looking for the res. It's all on Godless now for IHC, but iNCO on the warpath. It looks like they cannot be stopped.
Has to try and find another knock here. If you can find another knock, it'll provide hesitation, provide limited amount of time for iNCO to move up, but a 1v4 so unlikely. But Godless is going to go for it anyway. Flank comes through. On the side, is limited by this smoke that's been set up. Squash is sprinting into position and Godless has to challenge.
Looking to just lease these shells, taking so much out of him. And the final chunk is there as well. iNCO take the first chicken dinner. The team from Brazil blasting out from Group Green, coming back in today, refreshed and looking solid.
Insane stuff coming through from iNCO. And I mean, that is a buffer that you absolutely need at the start of the day. I mean, that's going to run them through a lot, right? That could be the difference maker between them being in top 5 and not. Love hearts for the fans at home, brilliant, and you can see these guys are extremely happy about it. Usually on these games, iNCO is able to put up a 5 to 6 elimination game, but this time around, they take it to the limit at the moment. Squash here stepping up tall as well, and one thing I absolutely loved, I adored from this game was the fact they all had auto shotties coming from that building. They realized that when they were cresting that ridge, as it was one of the only places they would leave from, they made an active decision to set 3 shotguns upon 3 of their players. I was astounded by this decision. I thought, you know, this is going to go badly. But when they crested that ridge and it's 3 shotguns in the face of 3 players from LGD, they get sat down real quick and get them telling off of their lives. I love to see that type of thing.
Look at that Squash fragging out, but Tali, a demon in his own right. 666 damage, 6 eliminations, blank. This guy was a devil to everyone else in the lobby. And the rest of the team as well, beautifully moving across those hillsides. Really, really nice stuff from iNCO. You said it before, they made some off-the-cuff decisions that panned out very, very well for them. They made it work, and iNCO blast out to an early lead.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you a question here. Close your eyes and just imagine saying that a team isn't going to make top 5 and you don't even put them on your teams to watch. And then they come out in the first match to win the whole thing with 16 eliminations. Now open your eyes. You are now Sandstorm.
No! I did not expect that from iNCO whatsoever, but my God, what a start. What an absolute start from iNCO. And look, we asked this before we jumped into the first game. Are they going to be gifted the first zone? Are they going to be gifted the first game? I mean, the first zone was in their favor. It was in the favor of Alpha 7 as well, but their movement was very, very nice. The timing was perfect. That fight against LGD, man. Those DBSs, you don't expect 2 or 3 people from the same squad to come out with a DBS, but then Squash comes out with a 1k damage. That is
we're missing a stat there.
Yeah.
Like a shotgun blast used.
Shotgun shells used in that game. I love that push they had on LGD outside of Mansion 2. It's just LGD being like, let me tell you something. Please go down. Like I think it was a 3 to 4 man push with the shotgun. They were like, they had Tigers, they had themselves the DBS, and they would. At that range, you just cannot deal with it. Doesn't matter how good you are. Doesn't matter if you are LGD. The shotgun will be mightier than the M4 in those kind of fights. And that was a question we had initially, right, Sandstorm? Right? If the circle was given to them, they might get the chicken dinner. But we want to see them get a win where they actually have to be on the move and be constantly aggressive. This is the game I wanted to see. I'm sold on their performance. So hopefully they can keep this going now.
I think about that LGD push that was even more interesting was, I mean, LGD obviously finishing second throughout the survival stage, looking like a very, very strong team, especially these last couple of days. But they also had like somewhat of a little bit of a high ground too, but I don't think they expected the amount of shotguns coming their way when they rounded that corner. Even a tree wasn't enough to save you because that tree is going to be non-existent with that many shotguns blasting it away. But yeah, fantastic to see. But the thing is, we've known the DBS to be insanely strong for quite a long time. We've seen more and more teams using it, especially if you get these close quarter combat situations. It works out flawlessly here for iNCO. Now, the fan vote that we've been talking about here, if you guys are watching in your esports center, you can actually vote for your favorite teams. We have some updates for you. And the update is 4 rivals have overtaken 1 million.
one of these teams,
Great.
one of these
It's
teams
not like
is
the others.
competing here. Yeah, one of these teams is actually competing right now. Out of the 5 teams that have been voted.
Well, 2 teams aren't like the others, I guess we should say.
Yeah, exactly.
But one of those teams desperately needs those votes because they got 0 points here in this last match. Tough times for them for Bigatron, and we'll see if they can step things up, obviously, over the next few days. You guys at home, though, who are watching, we have a survey for you, which you can share with us via the 2022 PMGC viewer survey. I think that's going to be put up over in the YouTube chat for you guys to participate in. Just remember, if there's a question of who is the most handsome and amazing talent, you have to say Maxman, not me.
Agreed, 100%.
Yeah. I never know where you're going to go with these, Jason. I don't know if you're going to be nice. I don't know if you're going to be mean sometimes. He's keeping me on my toes. I hate this. This is weird.
I can be nice sometimes. Let's take a look at overalls. It's going to look very reminiscent of the match rankings, though. No overalls. So we're not going to look at that because we just basically saw it with the match ranking, right? It was just 1 match played. We still have 11 yet to go, but only 5 left to go today. And we'll be heading over to Miramar for our next game, which is going to be, I'd say, again, quite interesting. We've had 3 different groups in survival stage that swapped in and out, basically changing where you potentially will drop or potentially have to hot drop against. And now we're finally into that solidified lobby, though there is teams from every single group in this one. And after this first day, or after, I guess, the first set of maps, you should feel kind of comfortable of where you're dropping and kind of comfortable to understand where teams are going to be going.
Especially because you're not going to have that changes of drops and rotation heading into tomorrow's matches, right? It's going to be the same lobby, the same teams, normally the same drops, and kind of similar rotations happening. So it should be good to go. And yeah, LGD, HVVP, really showcasing in the survival stage why they are currently the top 2 teams in this map. And Vampire 2, and iNCO. I mean, okay, I was looking, I was like, yeah, this makes sense. This makes even more sense. This makes even more sense with iNCO up there. So yeah, I like THVVP go a little bit further in this game because they had a really, really tough rotation. I think they will get kept by, I think it was Bacon Time. There was also Alpha 7. Not an easy game for them, so this next Miramar game might just redeem it a little bit for them.
Okay, well, you know, I'm actually looking towards Sandstorm here because his prediction game was on point the other way around for the first match. Who are going to be your teams to watch here this time, Sandstorm, so I know who not to watch?
I mean, you know what? iNCO, absolutely incredible. Just a complete 180. iNCO, Alpha 7, I guess I want to focus on them. iNCO, what happened last game? Keep it up. I want to see it again and again and again. Alpha 7, another Brazilian representative. We already have one in the grand finals, but I think Alpha 7, from what we've seen in that first game, great start for them. And I think that they might actually do a little bit better coming into this Miramar game. But my main focus is still going to be Enigma Galaxy. We saw a little bit of a change compared to their previous games once again, but this time it's a change for the better. I promise, okay? I really promise this time. Enigma Galaxy, they had, I guess their entrance towards the mansion area was good, but they got pressured by too many teams at the same time. But at least they were playing together. And I want to see that consistently coming through for the rest of the games, and I think that they might actually surprise us again.
I love how you said, I promise, and I look down and I see Maxman and I make the exact same sus face in there. Maxman, what about your picks here? We got IHC, which definitely have been performing better, especially when it comes to today and yesterday, DRS and Alpha 7.
IHC is a team that I was a little bit disappointed by in the initial group stage. I think in Group Yellow they could have done potentially a lot better, and I think we've seen a slow ramp up of what they've been able to do in these matches. I think that especially on this first match, it was not an easy game for them. They had to keep fighting in the open. They were constantly trying to take fights that were just going to keep them, giving them a good position if they win the fight. So yeah, I feel like IHC is just seeming a lot more comfortable now. I think they're used to this PMGC setting right now, and I feel like they can even be stronger in the matches to come and hopefully get chicken dinner. I want to see an IC win eventually because IC is cracked right now.
Well, you heard him. He's cracked right now. We know who's not cracked is the team I want to talk about currently. The bottom of the leaderboards is 0 points. You know, Sandstorm, you talked about before, you could have one bad game. There's 11 matches left to go. Bigatron, can they afford to have anything less than really strong matches from now on?
I think what me and Maxman agreed to is maximum of 2 games, but then you would need to have 8, 9, 10 point games consistently throughout the rest of the tournament. So if you make a mistake in this game, then we need top game performances every single time.
All right, well, let's head over to our commentators to jump into Miramar here with John, Allen, and Blank once again.
We're going to the desert, Blank. We're going to be taking a trip out to the dry lands. I'm sure our teams are going to be trying their best here to pick up where they've left a little bit of slack in that last game for some of the very significant teams in this lobby, right? HVVP going down fairly early. We lost quite a few of those big powerhouse teams. Vampire getting cut down quite efficiently in that compound fight. So hopefully we'll see them return to glory a little bit here.
There's hope for some of these teams. Maybe they can pick up the pace, pick up the performance just a little bit. I think for iNCO, that game has absolutely sent them skyrocketing towards the top of the lobby, which is really nice to see. I think iNCO's taken a lot of pressure off themselves over a big game like that. You don't often see like a 16 elimination, 17 elimination right off the get-go for some of these teams, but it's certainly one of those ones that will really sit yourself nice and happy. And you were saying, you know, for that bubble position in 5th place, you need to hit a 10-point average. Well, right now, you know, technically iNCO sorted 3 of their matches, so the next 2 matches iNCO could do absolutely nothing. They could go out in 16th place and they'd still be on track to hit that bubble position if they hit 10 points and then match 4, match 5, match 6. So you realistically, iNCO's in a very, very good spot to be getting towards that top 5. They just need to carry on that performance. And as we know from iNCO, they're very good at finding these positions towards the center of the map. Their macro is pretty decent. I'm liking the decisions they're making. However, very big decisions have to be made going forward with this kind of circle that moves away from the western path on the plane.
Goodness me. Yeah, it is really, again, a hard shift. Keeps those islands out to the eastern side. Zoning over towards Impala. Difficult set of rotations now for the teams, as you say, all on that western edge flank. Ooh, shots from LGD. And again, they're in an early scrap. A very efficient knock and flush for LGD, but Enigma Galaxy, again, taking a little bit of a hit here.
Galaxy, it's really not what you want to see. 3 eliminations found on that last game, though. It's okay. Not amazing. I think 3 eliminations is consolation prize. Again, it's better than VPE, HVV, Besiktas, and BTR, all teams that we were expecting to do a little bit better towards these finals. Besiktas have had a really good run all year, and I think that we just haven't seen that powerhouse mentality coming out from them. I think you can look at a team like HVVP, VPE, as well as LGD, just bullies of these lobbies at the moment. LGD in particular, not afraid of absolutely anyone. I think VPE, similar kind of play style where it's just a case of sending in, getting all those points on board, and just taking it to absolutely anyone. 2022 special crate, though, will be dropping soon, December 5th through to January 8th. You can try and pick some of those up, get yourself some nice bit of kit from that one. Make sure you look good in game and support some of these teams as well. Let them know that you're enjoying the show. On the other hand, back to my original point of not being a bully, it's HVVP who've taken a bit more of a careful approach to these games. And I think although you'd see them as perhaps one of these teams that goes in and it's very oppressive to play against a lot of times, they don't necessarily take that kind of stance that you see from LGD and VPE, which is they just send in and they demand attention. They demand that kind of respect coming through from you.
You know what I've just realized is HVVP drop northwest on every single map that we play. It's a relatively unimpactful thought, but it's still kind of interesting. Maybe they just like heading southeast, you know? It's their vibe. They're going to be trying to bully from that northwest side.
I mean, always go east. That's what I'm talking about. That's all you need to do. If you head east, it's always good.
They're going to be trying to head east over to Jakarta. Get into the top 5 spots, not an easy task, especially currently in 14th place, only the single point from that last game. LGD going to be racking up quite a few more than that, obviously with that elim they got in El Pozo just now. They'll be putting up there on 12. Bacon Time moving in behind Bigatron. Actually, sorry, Bacon Time actually ahead of BTR as they leave on the east side. Hang on a minute. There's been leapfrog after leapfrog. Did they draw short? No, they're playing 2-2 split. That's what I was confused about. There's 2-2 split from Bacon Time going through on either side of the Bigatron rotation east.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Heading their way in between BTR at the moment. Trying to get towards Impala as quickly as possible. Bit disconnected. And with Shirties heading through the fielded area, we'll see if anyone picks up on this. I think most other teams will be more concerned with their rotation in towards this circle anyway. Reject also moving up. BTR, though, as we said, moving through that field, that was always dangerous for them. Are able to pick up a couple there on the way through. Just in terms of knocks, no confirms as of yet, though.
No, they did manage to pick up one at bacon time.
There we go.
It was a knock into a flush very, very quickly going through. So BTR pick up their first point of the tournament. Good to see. Again, we talked about this team coasting into this stage, and BTR want to put up those numbers to be the only home ground representative over in Jakarta in January.
I think a lot of people are cheering them on for that as well. And to be fair, taking out one of the players from Bacon Time nice and early there over in the fields really just give them a lot of pressure they can now put towards Bacon Time, understanding that they're a team down or a player down. So heading towards Impala is always an option for BTR. Again, a 4v3, still not a done deal at that point. There's still ability for that outplay coming through from the guys on Bacon Time, and especially with the circle being on this side as well, you're expecting more teams to be heading in towards this area. I'm looking at DRS, who are moving up on that eastern side. Reject, who are also scouting outwards. They spot one of the players from Damwon. Osal has to send away in the buggy. Quickly jumps out.
Damwon have had, I believe, the highest point scoring game day of any team in this lobby. Their second day, they were able to get 86 points on the cards. So they definitely can sprint when they need to. See if Damwon can pick up the pace a little bit here, because they were a little bit slow in the first one. Okay. That's how you pick up a flush onto noise. I get it. It makes sense.
Yeah, jumps over the top of you. Basically, a delivered little bit of a point there straight to them. Ragey, as well as the rest of the reject squad, moving outwards. This is towards Impala. They managed to get a lot of their teams set up here nice and early. Aegon XA down towards the south side too, looking to move in. A lot of teams on our outer edges though, very much outer edges too, right on the side of the blue. That's Besiktas. Titans yet to move down from Via Damar, Minas Devai. IHC currently in front of LGD as well as Enigma Galaxy, and HVP slowly making their path down from water treatment.
We saw this dynamic kind of start to develop yesterday, where there would be this big central group of teams and then a large amount of ground between them and the teams on the outside. It feels like that's going to continue here today, which could be interesting to see unfold in terms of those dynamics. Impala, a big draw for a lot of people. Labanita around that crater as well. Minas Generalis, all valuable spots, and people have headed into them early. And if you haven't, then you're playing all the way back.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. I think that for this place in particular, where the circle's currently setting up towards, where we've got a lot of teams sending very central, that includes iNCO, which we sort of expected anyway. IHC able to put up a good performance on last game with 22 points, A7 also 15. LGD, although going out rather early, were able to get that 10-point average on board, which is great to see for them, continuing on their track upwards towards the top of the lobby. But yeah, this is one of those positions where you want to get set up nice and early. I think DRS has certainly gone for that one, which is on that high ground, because the further you get in towards this area of the map, the more the circle shrinks down towards Impala. It is really, really tough to get through Junkyard. I'm talking stale bread tough to get through Junkyard into Impala, and this is the exact position I was actually talking about, so it's great to set up into our conversation next. Is that where Damwon is, iNCO, you see BTR as well, a lot of teams will want to make that rotation through there, because there's not a lot of valuable rotational space through Los Leones, up and underneath Impala, difficult to get up towards those mountains, and it might just be even a case that A7 takes a leaf out of Influence Kemen's book on this kind of rotation they saw a lot of times in Americas, which is down south and just playing on that very much coastal ridge and waiting the game out till later.
iNCO will go untouched by BTR. They find a little bit of a ridgeline. Okay, I say that. Now I've got to be taking a couple of shots, but only very, very minimally. Victor trying to blend in. You've not fallen anyone, Victor. Your nameplate's orange. I can see you. Get out of there. You're not part of iNCO. They do diverge on their paths. Victor moving back over towards Akashi. Game Lord. 3 players alive. They lost Narvalo. That's basically half their team right there. Robs trying to scout out the position, but BTR hold the longhouse.
Currently a really good spot for BTR. Again, when you're looking towards this bottom side, if you want to bring that average up, you're looking at a 20-point game. You're in those 0-point numbers. So for BTR, really big match here required because, again, now you're playing catch-up. And this is what happens in a sprint is you never want to be towards the bottom lobby after that first game. You always want to be ahead because it gives you time and distance to really pull back any mistakes you make. You don't want to be instantly rectifying the wrongs that happened in that initial match. And going down with 0 points is really not the way to do it. So for BTR, being in this type of position where they have a lot of ground to play around with, a lot of open space around them to take presence, take shots at anyone coming in, this is the perfect opportunity for them. Looks like Alpha 7 have indeed picked up the influence Kemin strat. I really like this. This is the exact kind of strat that they fell prey to over in the final game of America's Championship, where they were moving down through Levendita. They got absolutely picked apart on this rotation. Instead, Influence Kemin take a different approach from El Azahar, send down here and just wait the game out, and actually come out with a chicken dinner at the end. So it's nice to see that Alpha 7 is doing their homework, and really cool. They're taking a little bit of a strat out of their brethren's book. I like that.
We'll be seeing Influence Kemin in the finals if they keep it up. 15 points on the first game. Looking to try and put up a good result here as well on game number 2. It is really, really fast-paced in this lobby, so getting these good results, as you said early, brilliant news. HVVP on the northern side, going to be close to Vampire. Both teams will have to move even further south, actually towards that position that you said was really strong for Bigatron. It does shift a little bit away from Impala, so the teams will not have to push all the way into the town. And it goes a little bit more into the wilderness, onto the outside of the mountains.
Yeah, for HVVP in particular on the northern side, it makes the life really difficult. I mean, you're sending Tixie out now down towards that south side. More than likely, he might take a knock here. I don't think it's very unreasonable to say that this is a dangerous play from him, but he's looking for any little bit of cover that he can pick up. This northern side so barren. Heading further downwards, there's a lot of space for these teams to play in, a lot of compounds, a lot of ridge sides, which is why you can see 16 teams comfortably sitting in here on a fairly even split. But look at this from HVP. You can see exactly why this is so tough going forward for them. BTR haven't taken too many shots down towards them as of yet, all in vehicles, so they should be quickly getting into a position that is fairly safe. They're trying to stay away from that longhouse as much as possible. We see Meku doubling back at the moment, making sure that they keep the northern side clear.
Fallen prey to backfills a couple of times. And HVVP playing it systematically, just trying to stay alive here. Vampire shifted down to the west, 2 players in this building. The rest of them playing on the outside of it. IHC moving in. This is southwest side of the next circle. Titan are further out than they are. So priority on the next rotation will go to IHC, but Titan have the high ground and potential to move a little bit faster out on the outside. Of course, playing inside those compounds, it can make those rotations a little bit slow to start.
Alpha 7 sort of locked down on that east side now, especially moving further down towards the south. That play typically works out when you go towards Impala anyway. Though, again, this is a real passive strategy. I think for Alpha 7, they need to commit to this fact that they're not likely going to be in any engagements for a long, long time. I think taking an engagement with DRS and the players up towards there in the warehouses would not be a bad idea, considering they're split off the moment, and the rest of the players from DRS currently on the mountain side. They do have to come down. But again, this is a situation where Alpha 7 has to divert attention in 2 directions. So let's be very, very careful. Reject, decent spot, cross the road, making sure they're holding onto these sight lines, crossing onto these rotations so far is okay for them. But again, very difficult terrain to play here on the map over towards the south side of Impala. A lot of places for people to hide as well. So you're more likely going to see more and more of these straight 4v4s coming through from teams, which is going to make this match at least very exciting.
Enigma Galaxy ahead of Vampire. And Vampire are scoping out every angle of ingress to try and move in, which they will have to do after this shift. Keeps a little bit of Impala in there, but Alpha 7 will have to get a little bit more active with it on that southeast side. DRS may be looking to regroup on their 2-2.
I think at this point in time, I don't think you can say that someone upstairs isn't looking out for iNCO Gaming at the moment. They are getting some incredible luck on these circles, even throughout the entirety of survival stage. Yes, they move in very quickly towards the central spot, but typically don't move too much from that position anyway. A lot of times that circle does head over towards them. I think you have to give them credit, and I don't want people to take me in the wrong way that I'm saying that this is the only reason they're winning games, because I think that they do send towards the center of the circle quick. Their macro to get into that position is very good, and they hold down those positions well too. The thing is that how long does this look continue? Because I'm curious to see how iNCO Gaming does when the circle moves away from them. They have to start leaving these compounds. If it remains for the rest of the tournament, great news. I think this is 100%, and I'm very, very willing to say if they never have a circle move away from them, 100%, I think that iNCO Gaming will hit in towards that top 5.
Have to wait and see if they're able to achieve that, if they're able to get it, if that ground is afforded to them. LGD, 11 points on the first game. They showed us their power yesterday. They almost made it into top spot. Second place from the survival stage. Well, only a couple of points, about 3 or 4 points in it. So it was really, really close to them and HVVP. But at the moment, they have outperformed their rivals at the top. Still, only the one game. And you can't discount HVVP. You never can, Blank. Vampire on the western side, similarly, powerful. One of the Group Green teams gives everybody a little shiver down the spine whenever they look at them.
So you can't discount HVP. I think it's one of these things where, you know, if they're gifted one of these great edge playstyle games where they can comfortably rotate in and start clearing out members, they'll do very well. I don't think that this is one of those games though, John, with the amount of compounds that are still available, playing on this edge side, it's going to be very difficult to pick up these knocks to capitalize on the back of it, especially from this northern side where it is so open. So for HVP, they're going to have to play a very long game here. We're talking 25 minutes before they start being able to do anything, and that's with the hope that the circle moves back up towards that northern side, because BTR currently are one of the teams that they would like to go up against. Assaulting that longhouse is a little bit easier than the others as you're able to hit all onto one side. But again, there's a bit of a dip going up towards that area anyway, so they have to hit that hillside. They have to move on forwards. So there's a lot going on before you make that crash. In the meantime, BTR can take that moment of hesitation to grab the nades, get them cooked, and send them out as they hit that singular position. So for HVP, difficult push ahead of them going forwards. I8, in the meantime, that last game looked like they could have done something very well with it, and I think they made some right choices. However, this game around, they've got a nice central spot. Alpha 7, though, rough for them. LGD coming out in a very strong spot, gets 2 knocks to start off with, and then they're aggressive with it.
Mafioso needs to slow down this push to allow for these reses to come through for Alpha 7, but he's taking so much damage, needs to answer but cannot find the shots. Carrillo tries to stick the res, will be able to get one teammate backing up, but in comes MVM. LGD over the top of the ridgeline, will get the challenge, and Carrillo falls. Revo looking to try and heal and be alive into this fight, but the flushes are coming thick and fast for LGD. Only the one player left to dispatch, and Revo won't prove much of a challenge. LGD roll over Alpha 7.
What a wonderful push coming through from LGD. They are very aggressive and quick with the trigger where they need to pull it. Circle moves over towards that central position across the roadside. Titans currently trying to put the pressure down towards LGD as they made that push. They had oversight towards this position, but they will have to move as well. And I think for LGD, with the vehicles they have on board, the YZZ is smoking, could be a little bit of an easier push for them to send towards that north side, though it is all fielded up towards the Game Lord compound on their north, so very, very open. Nice shot, though, coming through from HVP. Maybe not able to capitalize off the back of that. They're a little bit far away to make that push, but they will be moving with the blue. And this is the crash we were talking about.
In go HVVP. Tixie up to the wall. Wants to put an aid in through the door frame. Opens it, but Misery has a Tommy gun ready and waiting. Knocked very swiftly and flushed almost instantly. Bigatron able to rebuff the first push, but HVVP still have 3 players active, still have 3 players alive. The nades can start to go in through the window. After a little bit of overconfidence there on the push from Tixie. Didn't have the sightlines to back up, covering that doorway. Going down is not ideal. Half HP for Matic and Kitsune. They're going to slow it down, get that healing done, and go again. Remount, because they do still need to push south.
It's a really good move from Misery there. As soon as he sees that circle come downwards and that northern side be cut off, he realizes that this is the compound that most people will be wanting to pick up in the meantime. So sends himself forward towards that position that everyone wants to hit up before they start making their move onto this building. Able to just wait by the door side. Really, really, really well done to Misery. And now HVP have to make some tough, difficult decisions going forward. Damwon get absolutely cut to pieces by the guys from iNCO. Not quite out yet, though, with 2 players down and knocked, but Forest, another one to hit the deck just as a res comes through for that team.
Vampire trying to push in from the western side. IHC trying to stop them doing just that. Aegon XI8 are there as well, just a little bit ahead. It's a difficult push for both of these two teams. We have on camera at the moment, Alex taking heavy shots. Will be traded off. Vampire fighting out on 2 fronts and actually winning both of those challenges. Going well for them so far. Stoned. Pushing Aegon XI8 back a little bit into their compound, retreating their position. Nade over from Icy is good, and Schwepp does go down to Godless from IHC. Ravenclaw moves up into the smoke, moves over, and potentially going to be looking for this res as well. They do not have a lot of time to get it done. Stoned is ticking away very, very fast. Icy still doing so much work for the squad. Finally, the flush comes through onto Stoned. Looks like Vampire will be playing on with 3. Looked like they had a little bit of a shout, but now they turn their attention over to Aegon XI8. IHC disengage a little bit. Icy not wanting to push over, and the rest of the team much further south.
Difficult for VPE here, right on the edge. No cover to speak of. Find their way through. Aegon XI8 cannot hold the entirety of that compound to themselves, but they're doing a good job of it. They're split a little bit, so losing members would be unideal. IQ not going down, really important for them. That might have opened things up pretty massively on their side. IHC outside of the zone itself, so a VPE will have to move through here.
Playing as 3. And it is a difficult position, you're right. HVVP slunk down to the eastern side. IHC sending Godless out wide to maybe try and find an angle over towards Titans. On their position in the hold, Teak split from the other 2. 3 players active for Titan. To try and hold out on this position. Aegon XI8 proving to be very, very troublesome. A massive sticking point for the Western teams.
Well, so far, this is the question I wanted to ask, is how does iNCO fare when it comes to leaving these compounds? They have the shotguns, but not super useful here. And it's a very typical position. Teams will play, but very nadeable. Gem Foster sends in. I don't think it's necessary for him to hit into it, but he goes for it anyway. Will get knocked. Becca last remaining for them. Then Abete on the back also knocked just him to fall. And BTR make it through. 3 eliminations, but down 1. Close on their heels. 2 knocks here as well. It's very, very bad news. VPE also rocking up in the meantime. This is a lot of action going down all at once. Liquid has to do a huge amount of work right now to keep the guys from down 1 at bay.
HVVP took a lot of those points away, actually. 2 eliminations over onto the team. Down 1 might even think that it is HVVP in this bunker. Playing for that position, they know this is in their rotational path, but it is in fact Bigatron to go for the challenge, and Down 1 looking to commit to try and take down the squad, and it will go through. 3 eliminations for Bigatron, again, not the greatest of results. First 2 games not going their way, unfortunately. On the northern side, it's starting to heat up continuously, though. HVVP down to 2 as Down 1 take control of this position. Vampire suffering. Aegon XI8 finally able to deal the final blow to them. Been harrying and hampering them for so long. 11th place for Vampire, and another poor performance yet again.
It's a good game from Aegon XI8. I like this position they've held. They did a good job to hold down the majority of this compound, which is not easy to do, by the way. You need to be really aware of what's going on around you. And it seems like they are taking that momentum. It was a little bit stymied by that previous match, sorry, but back on form now. Bacon Time going up against the 2 players coming from HVP. Already 1 knock on towards Bacon Time's position, leaving it a 2v2 now. Certainly doable for HVP, but a tough fight with a very, very good team.
Once more, it's Bacon Time in the way for HVVP, which will be a stark callback to the last game that we saw for them. LGD playing as 4, 6 eliminations. Again, bringing that power that we've seen from them yesterday. Staying alive. Top 10 teams now. Aegon XI8 have another fight on the cards, this time with IHC. Couple more frags under the belt for IHC this game, 6 eliminations. But it looks like IHC, I mean, they shouldn't commit to this push. They just want to control Aegon XI8's egress, their route out of this compound.
Yeah, leaving for Aegon XI8 now is very difficult with the circle centering directly up towards Reject's position. They have a great compound to play with, so much open ground towards this center area. For Aegon XI8, they absolutely need to get themselves a nice knockover towards IHC and then capitalize off the back of it. Godless is already sent in, so right now it is only a 3-man squad there for IHC. Can still provide support over and down to the 3 players, trying to get rid of the guys from Aegon XI8. HVVP down to 1 player now. Really not looking good for HVVP, but they have made it quite far, all things considered, from that position they were pushing in on that northern side. Very difficult.
But quite far isn't far enough, Blank. It's not going to cut the mustard here in the last chance scenario. And remember, HVVP was a team that everybody was expecting to go through as a direct qualifier from the Group Green stage. They did so much work. LGD getting cut down on their push towards DRS. They're taking heavy fire, heavy punishment, and will fall, in fact. Delta, the only casualty there. And DRS might even be able to get this res if they're quick about it. Picking him up, grabbing him on into the circle, and DRS up to 5 eliminations. Aegon XI8 now, looking for a challenge. Over onto IHC, spray transfer to Seoul. Not quite able to get that final tick there, but IQ goes down. Will get knocked behind the bus, and there's a bird on. Down 1, right across the way as well. Looking to put those nades through. Rez coming through onto Delta, looking for those heals from DRS in the meantime on the southeast side. Kitsune holding down, has the M249, so a lot of bullets to fend off any teams that try and roll up, potentially trying to stay alive for HVVP. The only team really central.
Ghost has to step up, but Damn One's got the bead on that one. 8 teams remaining, 7 eliminations for Aegon XI8. Not a bad game from them. DRS looking to put more on the board at the moment. They have fell short a fair few times, but Ice moves in, takes down Kitsune, 8th place. We dropped down to 6 teams already. Bacon Time also falling in the process. A lot of teams leaving now as we head into a really awkward zone to play from. Reject looking to pick up some big points here. DRS in the wings. And Damn One finally looking at a good game after quite some time of poor results so far. 4 players for them too. Game Lord out in 6th place. Great at surviving.
Damn One said they were one of the they had one of the biggest days in the tournament. 86 points on their second day of the last chance stage. Looking to try and answer that call. A shot over towards Reject is good to open it onto Reiji, playing 2 and 2. What ground do they have? What cover is there available to them? It's all going to be on these divots, these ditches. And Godless isn't going to make it easy for Damn One to move forwards.
Circle really putting things in a worse perspective for a lot of these teams. Understand they have to move out into this open ground. Just have to stand up and start fighting one another. You can see these just horrible spots that suddenly become the most fortified position in the circle. A mound here, a little patch of grass there. These are the best spots in the circle, as well as IHC currently still holding on to this shack, but that's outside. You'll have to leave this at some point. Besiktas finally looking for a good game here. 4 players, but they haven't shown us that potential so far. And even 4 players in the top 5, I'm doubtful of what kind of performance they can bring. So I'd be very surprised and happy to see something good come out of them now.
Damn One looking to move through. Godless is there, still proving troublesome for them, but they swing up and wide, bait the peak, and there's a duo at the back to go for that team shot there. Godless will fall down. Forest able to pick that up. Now their attention turns to Besiktas and Reject to have start to strike out their way. Down 1 playing on a really solid ridgeline here for the squad. You can see everybody almost looking their way. It looks like everything's funneling there, but there are still sidelines to be fought over, and Besiktas spike out towards DRS. 1 knock going over to both of these teams, and it's 4 full force squads right now, but Enjoy goes down and Besiktas' numbers are dwindling fast.
Everybody wants this spot. They're currently down 1 hold. Nade comes over the top. It's a long throw here from Reiji. One of the top players coming through from Japan. Hits just a little bit too short, but it's kind of on target. Now Reject can maybe push on this. Fabian desperately sending around in the buggy like a bumblebee, looking for those scouting opportunities, but in come Reject.
Uh-oh. Going to be able to find an early knock as well. Sung low HP. They just need to put bullets down range, and that's how you do it. 2 players fall from Reject, and now Forest pushes forwards to try and capitalize on the momentum they've gained. 2 players down from down 1 as well, and it's an even fight. Forest falls. Now it's just Sung looking for the shots over to Divine. Has to go for the weapon swap, but it's not there. And Reject take down 1. But they've diminished so much in these last couple of seconds. Blank, Reject are only on 1 player, and they really don't have the time to go for this. They just have to step straight into the next challenge. Delta shots over the top, and Besiktas taking heavy punishment. DRS 2, Besiktas 2, Reject 1.
Divine looking to finish this game out strong, unable to get these reses, especially with the way the circle's going. It will be pushing in more and more now. Zessi back on his feet. Zessi almost goes down. Divine stepping up, looking for this 1v4, looking to give Reject a chance into the grand final.
The points qualifier from Turkey with 3 players alive. Now left in a 3 versus 1 to try and take a chicken dinner here. Shots over the top will do the job, but Besiktas pick up what they're looking for. Turkish fans going to be happy about that one. A chicken dinner comes through for Besiktas.
Much needed as well. This has been a long time coming for the players from Besiktas. They are desperate for this one. I mean, you can see the happy faces here. Obviously, you can't see the smiles in either's mask, but the guy in the back, happy days. That's all we need, really. I think happy to see this one for Besiktas because I think they've got so close this opportunity again in the winner chicken dinner so many times, but unable to close it out, and now it happens. So although there is a lot of happiness and enjoyment from getting that win, there is also this sense of this should have happened a lot sooner.
MVP, Sun HP. Staying hydrated, got to keep it up because it is all about maintaining that pace here in the last chance. Getting to those top 5. Down 1. A pretty big game coming through from the Korean squad. Staying alive very, very late. DRS getting into the final mix of it. Reject as well. Really solid stuff from a lot of these teams. But in the end, it was the Turkish squad, Besiktas, to take home the chicken dinner.
Every win here in the survival stage, not even the survival stage anymore, that was yesterday. In the last chance stage is massive. The points you need to be top 5 is quite extreme. We see Besiktas able to get themselves the chicken dinner, but with only 4 eliminations. But hey, 19 points added to their tally. But damn one Kia for me, Max, man. The team that you talked about when we started off the day here, the team that we kind of fell off a little bit when we saw them on their second day of play. They get themselves 22 points with 14 elims. That's a huge game.
That's a huge step up after that first match of the day, especially because it was a little bit of a tough one. And as you stated already, Sandstorm, like, no, 2, I would even say 2 to 3 matches can be a bad performance. Then you got to start stepping things up if you want to make yourself in that top 5 position by the end of these 2 days. So yeah, good presence overall. It was going to be hard for them to transition because the circle was not quite going their way, and it is just an open finish. Besiktas had a little bit of a better angle to play with, but especially Forest. I mean, the first game when you went on that push on Game Lord, and this game also, like, Forest is stepping up to the plate, and he's always a player I'm looking out for when it comes to teams from the region.
Yeah, and so is IHC. Apologies, Jason. So is IHC and Godless. I mean, the first 2 games that we've seen today, impressive performance from them, considering that when we've watched them throughout the second stage of the tournament, the survival stage, they did struggle on day 1. Then we saw a massive resurgence from them. So picking it up again here in this last chance, pretty good. And we saw what happened in the first game with IC just running rampant, deciding to push the squad all on his own, managing to get a couple of elims and even running 1 over. But IHC definitely one to watch out for, and I think they might be able to get a decent start for today's games, considering that they've consistently performed so far.
Speaking of decent starts, looking at the teams to watch here in that last match, Sandstorm, I noticed that your three picks went out 16th, 15th, and 14th place respectively. Why did you want us to watch them again? To see them go out early, or what's the...
You see, the main reason I pick teams to watch them is because I focus on them and I want to see something good from their side. But NGX, you know, there's no point. I don't think I should be allowed to predict teams anymore. At this point, this is you don't predict 3 and then just watch them all get eliminated at the start. I shouldn't be allowed.
Well, now you know how
I'm banning
Maxman
myself
feels
from
a
that.
lot of the time. Maybe he rubbed his curse off onto you. We're going to head to a short break, though, while we get things ready to go for our third match of the day. It'll be on Sandhawk, so you're not going to want to miss this, and we'll see you guys in a few. Well, Sandstorm, as Maxman said during break, this isn't golf. You're not trying to have the lowest score, but you have a chance for redemption. Don't worry. You have another match coming up, and you still have 4 yet to come today. So you have plenty of chances before we completely harass you and just give you a tough time here on the desk. But you know what, Maxman, he's happy about it because it's finally not directed at him for once. But you know what I'm happy about? The fact that we have Sony Xperia 1 for an Xperia stream as our official sponsor here for the PMGC. It's made in collaboration with professional esports players, and you can play PUBG Mobile at 90 Hz. The Xperia stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And speaking of gaming, Prime Gaming. You guys get some free PUBG Mobile items, premium content, and also benefits here from Prime as well. Make sure you guys check that one out because it is pretty sweet, to be honest. Maxman, you know what's also sweet?
What is? Tell me.
The matches so far today have been sweet, they've been spicy, they've been a little bit salty for Sandstorm since his teams have been going out early, but it's been quite enjoyable to watch, and we still don't have like that one clear winner, that one clear consistent team just yet, but I kind of expect that considering, I mean, you're looking at some of the best teams, the best teams in the world here competing just for those 5 spots. You can't really afford to hold back.
100%. It is going to be really close between all these teams to make in the top 5 position, but I got to say, DRS have been looking really good today. I do wonder where they currently rank because they've been consistent in Game 1, and I think that they are a team that embodied extreme passiveness in the past, and now they are willing to take these fights. And look at that here, Jason. Top 3 position right out of the gates in their first 2 games. I mean, DRS are looking the strongest they've ever looked in this PMGC so far. Going for limbs has been going great for them in these first 2 games.
Well, I got you. I'm glad you got your Instagram quota out of the way here, Max Fan, by getting a clip of you talking positively about DRS. You can post that up. Go ahead, Sandstorm.
Next.
This is what we wanted to see from DRS.
Well,
when
I would love
when
to
we
hear
were
what
talking
Sandstorm
about
has to say here, Max, but he has unfortunately muted himself. That's his punishment for getting bad predictions. You can see here down the list, though, HVVP 13th place. That's kind of unexpected. We've known them in the past as being a team that's slow to start in events, but this has not really been the start to an event. It's been the start of a stage. But imagine a PMGC without HVVP, I don't know if I can.
I can write off the first game. I think the first game was one of the toughest rotations I've seen for one team to pull off in like almost this entire survival / last chance stage. This last game, though, fighting versus BTR, I think that they tried to avoid it. I think there was a lot of hesitation on their side. And as you know, your biggest enemy in PUBG Mobile Esports is sometimes yourself and indecision. And that's what happened, I feel like, for HVVP in that game. It was very profound.
I thought you were going to say, like, the worst things that happened, is those two. I thought you were going to say, and Sandstorm picking you.
that too. But I thought that was like obvious. I just didn't bring it up. Yeah.
Well, what about your two's team to watch here? I'm a little bit scared to see Sandstorms, to be honest. Maybe his is just no one. Maybe he didn't pick any team this time. No, he did pick teams. Oh, I feel bad. Oh, you two picked the exact same. So how does this work? Do you cancel each other out or what?
That's the thing.
I don't know.
I mean, look, Maxman, you started this whole curse thing off, right? So since you transferred it to me and we're both picking them, I mean, negative times negative makes it a positive. So does that mean that all these teams are going to do well? That's what I'm hoping for. I really don't want to curse the teams, but realistically, I chose these three because I looked at the leaderboard and I was like, you know what? These guys are performing too well, and I want these games. I want the last chance part of the tournament to be just that much extra spicy.
Making it
so
worse.
I want them all to be eliminated early on so the other teams can make it just... I don't know. I just want the competition to be very, very close, considering it's just the top 5.
Just asking to... I don't know why you just keep digging yourself in that hole, man. I don't know what's going on. But DRS, as I already pointed out for my team to watch on this game, they're looking consistent. They're willing to take fights. I think that if you're looking in, especially in their group stage, these are fights they would never take. They would never do that. Would just play hyper passive and just wait for things to happen. That fight versus LGD was really clean. Like, sure, they were on the defending side of things, but the moment they get close to them, instantly full send it, go for the aggressive fight, and they come out on top. So I love this new DRS, and I want them to, you know, remain on this trajectory.
Well, you know what, Max, man? We're going to full send it on over to our casters. Our third match of the day is ready to go. It's going to be Sandhawk and John Allen and Blink. Take it away.
Thank you very much. We are going to be getting right on over to Sandhawk and Blank. This lobby is looking tougher than Maxman and a denim jacket.
Yes, it absolutely is, John. I mean, to be fair, Maxman in a denim jacket strikes fear into every single man around, so I would be worried to meet him in a bar at night. Obviously, looking at this match, though, looking at these overall rankings, looking at these players, you know, every single team really does want to get into that top 5. I don't think there's any team here that I would say doesn't have a chance to make it in, which is what has made this entire PMGC so exciting. There doesn't appear to be anyone that feels like they don't deserve to be here. I think every single one of these teams has a chance. Every single one of these teams could make it towards the top. And with some of our massive players, massive teams not really stepping up to the plate, you know, now there's been a real opening towards the top. I mean, with VPE and HVVP similarly not getting a huge amount of time, it's Bacon time as well. They've got a big journey ahead of them to really pump those numbers back up. We know that they can, but is it possible with the 9 matches remaining with the lead that some of these teams have already created? Damwon have really pulled out something special towards the beginning of this day. They needed to do this. They looked like they weren't sure what they were playing with, how they were going to move around it. So it's interesting to see them actually bring things back into the fold here.
Current bubble sits with Reject 22 points, an 11-point average on the game, which is fairly close to what we were thinking about on such a small game set. But the third match about to kick off now, Blank. South side of Sandhawk for the playing path. But again, so small, the islands will be available no matter where you want to go. So everybody going to get their favorite drop spot here. Maybe a little bit more time to rotate up to that northwestern island, but should be fairly achievable. Very, very nice and solid.
Playing path moves through. Teams jumping out now, heading towards their drop spots within the circle itself. Now, some of these teams really do need those points on board, and soon getting towards the top side of the lobby will be very, very important for them. Bacon time, currently struggling just a little bit. You see them down towards 6 points. HVVP 4, VPE last place, 2 points. What a massive switch around for this team it has been. Again, for VPE, though, with the brawly playstyle they have, where they just go toe-to-toe with a lot of these teams, there is a potential they can get a big match. But will it be here on Sandhawk, where it's unlikely we'll see those big numbers coming through? I don't know. LGD also 7th place at the moment, not a team we expected to see here. They still look very strong. They're crumbling under the pressure as a lot of these teams are just 100% turning up the heat here in our last chance at the moment. Whatever they've got left, they are just sticking in the engine and getting it running, getting it moving. Again, there's always tomorrow. There's always the adaptation day. And LGD, we know that they are a bit of a comeback team. You know, they will make sure that even if they are low down on the points, they can always jump back up towards the top of the standings. So them actually being in 7th place, maybe not the worst thing in the world for them.
Teams leaving one another alone. Bacon time with Besiktas not wanting to lose a player early, and this is really demonstrating the consciousness of how important each team, well, each game is for each team, and trying to just keep it all together. Besiktas now with the circle as well in a crucial bridge camp spot to stop Vampire from getting too far. HVVP as well behind them in that northern side queue. Will be pretty tricky to make those crossings. The plane and the circle a little bit, well, the circle all the way up to that north side lane.
HVP, tough crossing for them. I think a lot of the spots that they want to move through have been cut off right now. Even the bridge crossing up towards that northern side, not exactly ideal. And with a lot of teams like LGD, Enigma Galaxy, Dam1 moving up from that south side, you know, even if Ragi do decide to move up, try and get through boot camp past Alpha 7, that position on the map, that confluence is going to be retaken up by another team, by IHC, Dam1 Kia, or Enigma Galaxy moving up that way. So HVP can have a tough time getting across. Titans, not seen a huge amount out of them so far. They've been a little bit flying underneath the radar. We've been able to talk about them. 9 points has been consistent from game to game, so nothing too drastically bad, but nothing too amazingly good either. So maybe we want to see a little bit more coming out from them. Similarly, Aegon XIA, I think they've been making some good moves and we've been interested in them and watching them purely from their performance yesterday on that last match. But 10 points, not going to cut it at the moment, about half of what they would need to be on track towards that bubble. But you want to have more points than that overall. iNCO, 1 point after that last game, John. And see, this is that buffer coming into effect. They do want to put some more points right now, see themselves with that buffer once again. But we'll see where things come to pass as they are on the southeast side and still have a long way towards that center.
You do eat heavily into that buffer, though, and you do not want to be spending all of those points lightly. So the fact that they do lose out on that opportunity in the last game, fairly significant because it does really curtail that buffer, as you said, that they'd managed to establish in that first game. They're looking to try and keep it up here to make sure they can preserve that moving into the later stages, because that is where it really becomes stressful and where it can really start to affect the mental of your team. Having that buffer into those late stages, to be fair, can also affect the mental of your team. If you're thinking, oh, well, you know, we're fine, we've got that little buffer, we're doing okay, you can let it slip. And with a lobby like this, you cannot afford to have those mental slips.
Yeah, there is a huge amount of clawing and scraping from the bottom of the lobby for any kind of points they can get. That 5th place, all eyes on them at the moment. Reject currently in that scary position, 22 points. Besiktas behind them in 20 after their previous game, getting themselves some good points on the board. Again, Besiktas, I said I'd be surprised and happy to see them get that chicken dinner, and I was happy to see them get it. Now they have to continue this kind of performance. It is just on track right now with the 20 points to get towards that top side. But obviously, being on track doesn't always cut it at the end of the day. As we can see right now, currently 5th place bubble is 11 points average. So this might change and shift around as the days go on, but also could get himself evened out towards the end of this tournament. Again, only 2 days of play, 12 matches total. All these teams, it's a limited amount of time. You only have 1 day to address any of these mistakes you made on the previous day. But I'm excited for tomorrow. You can tell I'm excited because I'm talking really fast and I'm just waiting for action, essentially.
It is very soon to pop off, I'm sure. Vampire managed to get across on that northern side. HVVP yet to leave that northwestern island. Playing it a little bit slow from there. Likely that they're going to have to go for that northern crossing in their current position. Reject lying down in the grass. South side of the clump of teams in the middle. South of Paradise Resort. Currently only occupied by Bacon Time, but Bigatron are in the hills to the south of it.
South side, obviously Bigatron really desperate for some numbers here. Again, I think that they have a lot of pressure on them. I think they have a lot of pressure on them every single tournament, right? Even more so now because they want to represent their region on home ground over in Jakarta. So I think that, you know, you're looking at that and it is just one of those things where I think for BTR, maybe that pressure is getting into a little bit. they can't quite make the correct decisions. I think they're still making some good rotations here and there, but they're crumbling under some of these engagements they go against. I think it was decent versus HVP. They knew what they exactly had to do, but that was that early game where things hadn't got too hectic. And I think already in Erangel as well as Miramar, we've had 2 endings to the zone which are just brutal as anything. And I think for BCR, maybe it could just take a little while longer for them to find that mojo, find the comfortable jog that they need to get towards that top side of the lobby. But right now, the team is just not working too well versus these quick and aggressive pushes. They can't quite combat that.
A shunt in on the south side is necessary now with the circle moving up north. It's going to be DRS and Reject really struggling. Aegon XI8 as well, kind of behind everyone in the queue there. iNCO trying to make their way through, but Game Lord spots Nanebete and Becker as well, taking a heavy toll. iNCO down to 2 players. Their first game buffer being eaten into yet again. And a nice couple of elimination points going over to, well, I was going to say Game Lord, but it looks like Besiktas were able to steal one of those away.
Either way now, for the guys coming through on iNCO, losing Squash as well would be disastrous. Vitali goes down, and I think that's it. I would even go as far at this point to say that it's 1 or 2 points more that iNCO could potentially earn on the rest of this game. When you lose 3 players at 8 minutes, with the length of these games now with the new circle settings, it is unlikely to get many points more at 8 minutes in the game with 1 player left alive. So 32 points, that's the buffer eaten into now. You said how quickly it could be used up, and they've expended that gas in the tank for these 2 next games of bad play. And I think when you look at that, right, now iNCO need another fantastic performance to see themselves safe. And it's crazy to say that after such a good game on match 1, now they're in a position where they're back to basically basics. Yes, there's still teams that need to catch up towards them, but you know, you're looking at DRS, who are historically quite good here on Sandhawk, and looking at Damwon, who are getting much more aggressive. It's a strange change of pace for Damwon, who back in the day used to be quite a passive and central team. Now they've decided to really practice in their own time, pick up those gun skills, that team fighting potential. Now they look like a rejuvenated squad.
Gordon Ralph lead the charge for Enigma Galaxy, but into the fire seemingly. A lot of damage being sent out their way. No knocks over to them just yet, but Enigma Galaxy under heavy fire. Novalo can't quite find the shots. I think he could see an ankle there just dipping in and out of view, but just fading away on that headland. It's very, very difficult to land that shot. Would need to arc it over, and I just don't think you have those sightlines. The heals come through, and Enigma Galaxy get a central position.
Good spot for Enigma Galaxy. Very, very good for them in terms of their point scoring, because they're currently at 3 points total. They need this type of position where they can start scouting outwards and get a spot where they can pick up a lot of points. Enigma Galaxy, in the past, were kind of the kings of Sandhawk, but maybe not for the reasons that you would expect here today in PUBG Mobile with these new circle settings. They were the healing team, but even so, they were one of the first teams to implement a playstyle where they would have 1 player out in the blue, and then they would send 3 players in to just sow chaos, and they were very good at taking individual engagements with many different teams, surviving for quite a while with just those 3 players in the first place. So I think with Enigma Galaxy, it is not out of the realms of possibility or out of the realms of unreasonable nature to say that they are a very good team on Sandhawk. With this central spot, this should be a good position for them to maybe get some points here, but losing a play like that to Navalo is not a good way to start this game.
Really not. Enigma Galaxy in 15th place. Game Lord will be happy about that, though. They've already managed to rack up 2 points on the game. They're playing in a strong position. The rooftop affording a lot of power to the squad. Narvalo being pivotal in their position. Has cover from the back as well if he drops to the low end of that roof. The other building's giving him that sanctuary. Still, a little bit more exposed than maybe they'd like. However, no one challenging for the spot just yet.
Ralph, off in the distance. Take too much damage. Alpha 7, drop down a little bit. 15 points. It's a good place to start, but you need to keep putting up those points now. LGD down towards that southeast side. Very good playing on the edge. And HVP, as we said before, they've had to wait a long while. 12 minutes now. Around about halfway-ish into the game. HVP have to make this bridge crossing. They waited a while and decided to go for that bridge crossing in the first place, letting a lot of these teams that were maybe guarding head across and try and find themselves a better position with the circle in the first place. Now maybe thinking about crossing, but again, Besiktas have that sight line over that way. Zessi is a front man up towards a compound that likely Besiktas is going to head over towards on the eastern side. That's very close to Enigma Galaxy and Game Lord, but still leaving those players behind, waiting for HVVP.
DRS, 3 players close to MVM from LGD. The forward position. Knows Delta's right behind this rock. Teammates taking shots over, moves around. No, he's there. No, they've tagged him and will be able to get the knock, but it's instantly traded with a very, very prescient rotate out wide coming through, but they have to get back to cover because Suki's there. Marksman on a mission. Looking to try and land those shots, land on the target. And there's shots coming through as well from Titan. The forward positions are getting shot down, and MVM, sorry, for LGD is looking for this crawlback. It's going quite well. Gianti and Killer want to shut this down, and they will be able to slow it out, get that point on board, but they've lost 2 of their players in the process. 1 confirmed and flushed out, but Rules is still active. However, LGD want an answer for their downed man.
See, looking outwards towards DRS, Rules down the floor, so potential to pick up that knock, and Killer can't really move too far forward. Suki has got an angle on it. And with Suki being so pinpoint on a lot of these sprays, I think for DRS it's a little bit scary to try and get him back up again. Managed to get behind the rock with the use of a smoke there. Onus being on Rules to crawl round towards safety. Next toe coming in soon. HVP did make that crossing, get across very easily as well. Not too much damage taken, but still a long way to go. Besiktas very happy having Zessi as that forward man. They sent Peace back over to try and hold up on that spot. Besiktas now can move across. BTR though, what a good spot for them in the circle. This has to be a good game for them now.
This is that opportunity to put up an iNCO game, right? iNCO's still alive, by the way, with 1 player, but Squash very, very surely going to go down here on that northern side. Too many teams nearby and has to leave the current position. Nade over the top towards Aegon XI8, and it's good from Vampire. This time around, they're going to win out the duel. Last time they did push into Aegon XI8 as well, remember? And it didn't go very well on Miramar. This time, they are much more ready for the fight. 2 players down to start things off, and Vampire start to close the jaws. The snapshot over towards Aegon XI8. IQ and Ghost now, the 2 players alive and active. They just need to stay safe from these nades, but it's not going to go well for Schwepp to start things off. There is an answer, a volley back over towards the Vampire players, and that'll slow them down. Stoned a little bit further down the way. HVVP, by the way, in the meantime, taking heavy, heavy punishment from Besiktas. Trying to just stay alive and keep themselves in it. 2 players active for the squad on the northwestern edge.
Really difficult for them. Currently taking a fight with Enigma Galaxy and Besiktas at the same time and getting involved. BTR takes shots down towards just this. Maku will fall. That leaves HVP with 2 players. 1 elimination found on the game. Ghost outside in the blue doesn't want to move just yet. Waiting for someone to make a mistake here. Maybe Stone gets spotted by Ghost, peeks out, but he's taking a lot of damage from the blue. We'll have to move back in again. Down 1 versus IHC. A lot of engagements going on around the map at the moment, but so many compounds still available towards the center of the circle on the southwest side of Paradise Resort. Bacon Time opting to take that high ground for themselves in Paradise Resort.
Matic and Kitsune, slivers of HP, but still alive. Besiktas with Enjoy and Peace on the hillside. Playing with 2 as well. Trying to stay alive. HVVP, this is their 3rd game in a row where they've been in trouble, where they've been caught out. iNCO down. A Squash falls in 16th place, will not be going any further. IHC also eliminated. The top 2 teams in this tournament as of right now have fallen early. Peace close to Hamodi. Very, very close, in fact. Lord as well, just behind the rock. They'll hear these shimmies. Game Lord being cut out on this northern edge as well as Aegon X8 move on their eastern flank. Ralph shuts them down from the west. Game Lord eliminated now. Hamodi steps up for the fight. Enjoys first to fall. Besiktas in this scrap with 3 players from Enigma Galaxy. Only the 1 player now standing for the squad. It's Peace, and Stoned is there as well for Vampire Esports. The last player standing for the squad. Peace falls, but with those shotgun shells ringing out, they're going to know there's another player out the back, and Enigma Galaxy might just hold it out.
Difficult push now. For a lot of these teams, Aegon XI8 Ghost underneath Bacon Time shirties. VPE out, HVVP out. Be ashamed to lose these teams, but you know, in a sprint format like this, if you can't make the cut towards that top side, and now with 3 matches expended and hardly any points found for them, this is very, very odd. Ghost though, hidden, doing his best.
If you want to make a break for it, if you're HVVP and Vampire Esports, you want the teams at the bottom to be getting these wins. You do not want DRS or Damwon to be getting any further here. You want them to be going down as soon as possible. Reject as well, but they're on 4 players alive on that southeast side. Really solid bastion of a position. Looking good to maybe break through towards the top of the tables here. LGD as well, in a similar spot, naturally. Maybe going to give them a run for their money. Aegon XIA up against Shirty. Last player standing will fall down. A 1-2 punch from Bacon Time. Eliminates Aegon XIA in 10th place. 5 eliminations, though. Still not terrible, but it's not going to be enough. We're looking at those 10 to 12 point averages that are needed to put up on the board to see yourself safe into the top 5.
BTR currently still in this disgusting position. Now, losing from this position will be a real blow to them. I think that they've been given every opportunity now, and it will be seriously bad for the mental if they can't finish it out. LGD, on the other hand, YZZ left, last standing for the team, tries to send out Y, but it's not enough. Reject run through them like a spear there, and LGD will be removed. 3 eliminations, up to 22 points total there, 8th place. Forest also falling, so Damwon out. And luckily for the guys in HVVP and VPE, a lot of these top teams going out rather early. DRS last left in that 1st to 4th squad. We'll go out now. Now just Reject, looking to pick up some more points. With 4 players alive, it's looking good, but the amount of healthy teams still remaining in this lobby, you know, this could be a very explosive finish to this game.
Alpha 7, shots over towards Bacon Time. Keeping them at bay. Alpha 7 not quite in this next zone fully. They're trying to keep this high ground for as long as possible, but Titan are there, right at their back. Ready and waiting to roll down that hillside given the opportunity. Enigma Galaxy taking nades over towards Bacon Time. Again, good news for the teams at the bottom. It's going to keep that pack nice and tight. Keep those opportunities for top 5 nice and condensed and within striking distance of just a single game's worth of play, which they'll be very happy about. Nade over the top still continues for Enigma Galaxy. Bacon Time, 2 players in the fight, with Noise getting fully flushed out there, Orm style. Nade towards him, low HP. Hamodi keeps putting that one up. Alpha 7, shots over towards Titan. Finally spotting them on the top of the hillside and taking the scrap. Puncher, spray down, and Mythic goes down first. Evening the numbers now, 3 versus 3 on the top of the hill. Puncher jumps up, looks for a sneaky little angle, but Revo isn't really in this fight, giving Titan the outside advantage. If they step too far, though, he can start to be that off angle for the squad of Alpha 7 as they descend into the compound and into the circle. Bacon Time, in the meantime, eliminated.
Enigma Galaxy pick up those points. Reject, though, spot them on that side. Take some shots. That's some long shots as well. Liquid finishes off Lord. That would be Enigma Galaxy. 1 player left remaining. Titans with 3. Fairly decent. Alpha 7 in a similar spot, but in a very good position to hold out the guys from Titans. Mafioso spots one of the Reject players. That's Reiji going down. Carrillo finishing that off.
Reject eliminated. Sorry, Alpha 7 eliminated by Reject, but they are caught right in the crux of that mountain. Very difficult descent ahead of them. Sending in 1 player in the vehicle, Divine cut down, leaving just Duello now. Rolling straight on up to Alpha 7. You've got to imagine this doesn't go much further. Enigma Galaxy eliminated. Duello, sliver of HP, but still alive for the time being. Finally dismounted. 4th place and 3 eliminations, though, keeps up those averages, Blank. That's going to see them at 11 points, which is good news. That is over the average that they're going to be looking for. Keeps up with the rest of their games. It should be at 33 at the end of this.
BTR and Titan and Alpha 7 going head to head. BTR finally now in a position where they have to leave this compound. Road ahead of them, smokes required. Zuxi setting up now, a little bit too late in my opinion to be setting up these smokes because they need to get them out much earlier to make this crossing. Alpha 7 concerned about Titans on their side. Misery takes a huge amount of damage and Revo is set up perfectly for this crossing. BTR move out too late here, John. They need this hard cover.
There's really nothing they could do against Revo's position. You said it was perfect. I definitely agree with you here. Covered completely from Titan. Titan putting nades down range, and Bigatron are being lit up right now. They had such a strong compound here. But now just the one player active, and the bouncer from Titan will find it. Alpha 7, in the meantime, have been taking this opportunity to get position over Titan as well. They've been fighting from the top of the hill for a long time now, but the knock over towards Titan needs to get rest if they want a chance. A lovely little nade around the side might put the cat amongst the pigeons for them. The final zone starting to close now, and Alpha 7 forced to leave this compound. Teak looks for the heal, but Mafioso is right there. A crucial position for Alpha 7, but the blue zone is taking it away from them fast. Will not be able to get that off angle. 6 around the side, definitely spotted by Mafioso, who stands up, takes one down, looks for the rest of them, lines them up, puncher the second to go down, and the DBS out of the back there, and it is Alpha 7 to take a chicken dinner here. For Brazil, 2 out of the 3 games are being claimed by the Brazilians, and Alpha 7 take the 3rd.
Really good game there from Alpha 7, take it all the way to the end. Difficult as well with the 3 players they had in the position they were in. A lukewarm 3rd place though for BTR. So much time to get out from that position and set up early for this last engagement over towards the guys from Titans and Alpha 7. The smokes come out too late, the pushes come out too late as well. There was moments where there was fighting between Titans and Alpha 7, in which case BTR are almost certain that their eastern side is completely clean, in which case they can make that crossing, go for the 3rd party, and maybe have picked something up there. I think this is maybe just a case from BTR, worried about throwing the game too early on and getting a 5th or 4th place, which is really not valuable to them at this point in time. But this game is maybe enough to sit themselves back up to a position where they need to continue. They can continue, and they've got that extra life available.
Rejects get in fairly late, sure. Alpha 7 get the chicken dinner, but a lot of the teams at the top went down with very few points. It keeps things nice and close for the teams who want to strike out from the bottom. There's still all to play for.
Well, as 7 Worlds Gaming would say, do Brazil! 24 points for Alpha 7 here off that match. Getting themselves a chicken dinner, and again, very needed points. Not only did they get needed points, Titan Gaming, Bigatron Red Aliens, Reject, even Enigma Galaxy getting some good points on the board. It was a very kind of like split, I'd say, battleground match here between all the teams in these points.
I think it just gives a little bit of hope also for the teams that had a rough start to the day. Like you talked about your BTRs, talked about your Enigma Galaxy, talked about also Bacon Time that needed some points, definitely in a rough spot before. I think they were in 12th position before this game was only 6 points, so that's going to put them in just a little bit of hopefully a rhythm for their following matches. But Alpha 7, I'm not going to lie, Sandstorm, I was a little bit scared in this match because I think they did do a mistake giving that mountaintop over to Titan, but luckily enough, Titan did not want to fully commit to the fight, so they left it happen. But if Titan wanted to and went full aggressive on that compound, I think this actually could have been a Titan chicken dinner. Could have been.
Yeah, it could have been a Titan chicken dinner, but at the end, like you mentioned yourself, Revo was able to get into an amazing position, and we saw once again the Brazilians bringing out that DBS, close range, even mid range. They are still using it. They are still dealing
sniper
damage.
DBS.
Okay, listen. Can we allow like a 6x scope on a DBS? I don't know if that's gonna work, but we want to see it happen now.
Can I actually hear you? I know this is kind of off topic here. Make the sound effect for the DBS here, Sandstorm.
No? Do I have? Okay.
Oh, I thought that was it. I thought it was like
What? That's the DBS sound. Oh, well, let's move on. That was what was that? I don't know.
Well, to be fair, Max, man, he needs to keep his voice down because he's in the lobby of one of the best hotels in the world, the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar, where our world is your playground. Doesn't want to disturb anyone else in the lobby trying to check in at reception. But you know what, Sandstorm? Head back to your room for the next segment, and we'll get you to do the proper DBS sound. But obviously, when you get to your room, you can maybe hook yourself up with some Prime Gamer, get some exclusive free in-game PUBG Mobile items, some premium content, as well as the other benefits you get with Prime. And maybe you can actually order something to help you do the sound effect because there's just...
I don't think you can redeem that. Unredeemable.
No, that's the... I give myself a 0 out of 10 for that one. I'll try again next game.
Just message Squash and I'm sure he'll teach you, okay? I'm sure he can definitely give you a few tips on how that works.
Well, the Sandhawk's done. One thing we have to point out, HVVP, 2 points. They have been struggling today so far. They're looking down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, but a team looking towards the top is going to be iNCO, which we're going to interview on the stage with Flava once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Here we are at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. My name is Flava, and hopefully you guys are having an amazing time witnessing the first half of day number 1 right here at the final chance for all these amazing 16 teams being featured right here for the weekend itself. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement just for you. Captain Messi is now available in PUBG Mobile Battleground, packed with Messi football icon set and more collaboration theme items until the 31st of December 2022 to help you stand out on the battlefield. Grab them in PUBG Mobile now. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, right here, we are here going to be interviewing one of our amazing teams we featured on the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. How are you doing, great sir?
Ele perguntou como você está se sentindo hoje.
Tô bem, tô tranquilo, focado para essas próximas 3 quedas e buscar esse top 1 aí hoje ainda.
So he said that he's okay, he's like focused for the next 3 games for the day.
All right, getting excited. That's good to hear. Now, of course, allow me to say this, all right? You had an amazing first match for the day, but the next 2 matches didn't go well for you and the team itself. What happened after Irango?
Ele disse, tipo, o primeiro jogo foi bem para vocês, mas as 2 segundas caídas não foram assim tão bem. O que aconteceu?
A gente fez o que a gente sempre faz nas outras 2 quedas. A primeira, a gente aproveitou muito bem as oportunidades. A gente fez o nosso jogo de centralização. Na segunda, a gente não soube aproveitar as oportunidades que a gente teve, como a gente teve na primeira queda. Teve time que trocou perto da gente não tomou a escolha certa das ações, né, que a gente podia ter feito quando a gente teve as oportunidades. Na terceira queda acabou que foi uma infelicidade, a gente foi cortar ali no meio da safe e bateu e foi cortado. Mas a gente tá bem para essas 3 quedas, com certeza a gente vai sair bem nessas próximas partidas aí.
So for them, actually for all the 3 matches, they be doing what they always do, playing for the center field. For the first one, of course, they got the chicken dinner, they had a good point. But for the second, they made some mistakes, special in the center field, and the other teams didn't allow that. For the third, almost the same thing, but it's focus for the next 3 matches.
Right, definitely that's what they'll be doing right there. So now next up, what did your team do to prepare for today? Because you guys had the day off yesterday itself while witnessing the matches between Group Red versus with Group Yellow. So you guys had the day off and the watch of us and everything like that. So what did you guys do to prepare for today?
Então, ele perguntou o que vocês fizeram ontem, como tiveram o dia de folga, e vendo o jogo do grupo vermelho e o verde, o que vocês fizeram para preparar para hoje?
Como sempre, a gente viu os mapas, estudou tudo que a gente tinha para estudar, preparou as estratégias, decidiu os lugares que a gente ia cair. E foi isso, a gente sempre se reúne antes dessas partidas para poder conversar com o nosso coach, que é o Knight, e se prepara para todas as partidas, e é isso.
So of course, there was the map feed, for yesterday. They prepare well. They talk with the coach Knight, and also they all got together all the players before for the match today, and they talk about the strategies for today.
It sounds like the team seems to be very prepared for what's about to transpire today as well as tomorrow as well. And of course, last question I have for you two right now. Now, what are unique strengths that your team has that other teams don't have, and what do you think you guys need to improve on to perform in today and tomorrow?
Então, qual é o ponto mais forte aqui da vossa equipe que as outras equipas não têm e que vão fazer para melhorar para os próximos 3 jogos.
E o nosso ponto mais forte é a nossa união e também a nossa capacidade independente. Quando a gente vai mal, a gente consegue resetar a cabeça e ir para as próximas partidas. Vários dias aí a gente foi mal nas 3 primeiras quedas e depois nas outras 3 a gente conseguiu recuperar. Na primeira fase a gente foi mal nos 2 primeiros dias e nos 2 segundos dias a gente deu o comeback. Então, com certeza, acho que essa é a nossa maior qualidade, o nosso psicológico.
So like for the most strength that they think that they have is like the unity and the friendship between them, because like even like the first games, if they do bad, like for the first week, there are like two, 3 bad days, but then they also do like the comeback for the next matches.
Unity is definitely their way to go right here. Thank you so much, and all the best to iNCO on the remaining matches we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That concludes the interview we have at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. Coming up next is going to be match number 4. 3 more matches to go before we close up day number 1. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with game number 4 right after this. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Bye.
Well, welcome back here as we take a look at our overall rankings to see where our teams currently stand. Remember, top 5 is what it's going to be about, and DRS, iNCO, Reject, IHC Esports, and Alpha 7 would all be going to the finals over in Jakarta in January if we ended things off now. But we're not doing that quite yet here. Sandstorm, you went, ooh. What did you go to ooh about?
Ooh, about the fact that Alpha's now in the lead after getting that chicken dinner, and just the fact that we also have both Brazilian teams are in the top 4 at the moment, and there is already a Brazilian representative in Influence Chairman in the grand finals. So if it was to just stay as is, you'd have 3 Brazilian representatives in the grand final, which would be huge for the region.
We can see our second page as well. Vampire, bottom of the table at 4 points. HVVP, second at 16. What is happening? I swear we need to get an interview with them, because this is not the HVVP we've known. This is not the Vampire Esports we've known. And they are running out of time here to catch up. They're already 3 matches in. You guys even said yourselves you can have about 2 bad matches. What about 4? That seems like the route we're going here. Is Aaron Kill will be the next match of the day. Gentlemen, I'm worried, honestly, for these teams. You know, Maximum, we got to cover HVVP over in PMPL Western Europe, and we got to see them finally come back into the mix. But are they going to be a team to watch for you? That's my question. No.
These are not my teams. HVP
Those look like the last match teams to watch, to be honest.
It was.
You know what? Who were your teams?
So I went with Bacon Time. I think with that a little bit of a step up this time, so I want to see that continue. HVVP more specifically because like I don't really know what to say. Like, they've had some tough rotations in the first 2 games, and they got gatekept, I think it was by Besiktas over on this previous Sanhok game, and they're just struggling to get himself in decent entry points, and they're just constantly being gatekept. I don't know if it's off the back of them doing the same things as they used to, and teams just being so much better at gatekeeping because they know how HVVP move. They know HVVP is a very scary team and a very aggressive team at that. If they can stop them in their tracks outside the circle and just hold on to a really good spot and just fight from a distance, that's what a lot of teams have been doing this game. It happened for Bacon, happened to BTR, it happened this time to Besiktas and Nigma Galaxy. So maybe HVVP need to change their plan, because it seems like someone cracked their code and they're just struggling to get in the game itself.
Seems like old school HVVP, where they take a day to get into the mix or a week to get into the mix. Sandstorm, appreciate your teams to watch as well as your contribution to that segment. We're going to head over to our casters, though, to get into our 4th match of the day, because that's ready to go. That's why we're not hearing your predictions here. John and Alan and Blank, take it away.
Going into another Erangel Blank, match number 4 on the cards. We played a quarter of the games of this sprint phase. Of course, the last chance top 5 spots going over to Jakarta, to the PMGC Finals. There you go. Got it out in the end. It's 4 letters, harder to say than you'd expect. But we're going into match number 4.
We are indeed heading over towards match number 4 now, so already halfway through the day. Sandhawk's done and dusted, so Erangel next, Miramar, and then Erangel once again. HVP here currently struggling quite badly. Aegon XI8 not doing enough to see themselves towards the top, but still playing decently with the best teams coming through from that survival stage, which is always good to see, considering how far they were down in the lobby from that last day of survival stage itself, before they did send themselves with a chance into last chance itself. BTR, though, again, I think that last game, 18 points, it was getting themselves up to 18 points is good, but the last game is just not enough, right? Coming in that third place position, but only hitting up with, what was that they got? it just wasn't enough for them. And it's sad to say, 14 points on that game from a position which really they should have won from. That is not what's going to see you towards that top 5.
Main path coming through. Pubg down to Sosnovka military base. A little bit cutting the northwest out, but those vehicles can be claimed. I think we saw a similar playing path to this during the previous days, and it wasn't too bad for teams to get out a little bit far, but HVVP could still drop down to their backup drop in Sosnovka military base if they decide to go for that split drop on the west. See if there's any hot drops as well around those vehicles near farm and shelter.
A7 taking Pubg as per usual here. LGD moves up towards that northern side, could hit up Kameshki if they want to. Sosnovka available, like you say, there is some positions down there. Bit more difficult to go for vehicles down in Sosnovka if you don't originally drop down there, just because you're more than likely going to have to fight over those, and losing players early on when there is compounds very close to those vehicles where you can quickly get those weapons on board. It's a bit of a toss-up in terms of what you can get done. I8 will drop down there in the first place though. They found some success from Sosnovka before. See if they can find it again. HVP also dropping this area with vehicles in mind. VPE very close by too, so a very scary drop down to here in Sosnovka. A lot of teams close by to one another.
HVVP actually going to be challenged out by quite a few teams down there. You've got, I think, potentially a hot drop with Aegon XI8 going on in the military island. As Mythic and Zessi come close to one another. Looking for that vehicle drop. Trying to get to the garage. Zessi, does he know there's a player there? Certainly he's going to know about it now. Here's the nade go off. Thinks better of moving too close. I wonder if Mythic has a weapon. It looks like he has something on his back, but it could be, you know, a crossbow or something like that. I haven't quite clocked it just yet. Okay, has got an AKM and a DP as well by the looks of it. Some pretty heavy gunfire. Level 1 vest, level 2 helmet for Mythic. Alpha 7, Besiktas. Both just trying to keep himself safe. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Mythic just hop in the vehicle and razz it as fast as he can.
This is an active hot drop over towards Alpha 7 though, with Mythic taking his position practically every single game up towards this side for Alpha 7, scouting out nice and early. Zessi dropping here alongside him does make things slightly weird. Now the rest of Alpha 7 do come in, but Besiktas also here. 2 shotguns available. Not the best ones. You have to hit those ones hard. And 2 players from Besiktas immediately go down, and now they just have to dip out. Alpha 7 do a really good job to get them off this spot. Very happy with the response time from the rest of the team from Alpha 7 down at Pubg. Immediately Mythic's like, I have the inside track here. He's locked inside a building. I'm on the outside. I need some help. I have locked down the majority of defenses. So a very, very good response coming from Alpha 7 to salvage that engagement. And now BTR basically have Yasnaya all to themselves.
Leaves Besiktas down on 2. It's going to be very difficult for them to really push in too much further than very east of Yasnaya. The circle keeps a lot of the gap between the military island and the mainland in play. So those teams on the military island have a little bit longer to get out of dodge. It's still possible that it potentially could go down south all the way to the island, but the majority of the land in this next circle in that mainland position will be playing around that Potato Hill, that sort of area between there and shelter.
BTR, looks like they're leaving actually from Yaz. Nice and early on, looking for maybe a different position on the map. HVP didn't take too many casualties down towards that south side. VPE instead taking up Quarry, as well as Primorsk. Not a bad spot for them. Can certainly play from here for quite some time. Enigma Galaxy heading back up to their usual stomping grounds in Pachinki. They do have some players still on the outside, but they did regroup fairly quickly.
Four minutes into the game, I mean, it was very early on the path on these northeast teams. So that has accelerated their movements, their rotations. iNCO sending central early, getting a spot on board. Close to Titan. Becker folds back. Returns it. And they just want to try and hold this out for as long as possible. Play in these buildings, get some presence, make sure that they can establish control of a little bit of an area. And you can see there's quite a lot of area that they have sightlines and vision over, especially once they get to the top floor of those buildings, once they've cleared everything.
does become a pretty damn good spot for them down towards farm. And again, this time around, iNCO's able to find themselves that central spot. It's not moved too far away from them. And I think they find the most success when they're a little bit on the outside track at the beginning of the game, and we see that second shift and they can be a little bit more certain where the circle's heading towards. Though so far, iNCO do look fairly good on their angle. It's one of their favored maps. They tend to find some good performances here with the central compounds they're able to play from. I think their timing is probably one of the things that they're very, very good at, in which case taking those third parties, when to disengage, when to engage, a lot of times where they're cramped up with other teams in the area, has really helped them out. And I think that comes from a place of, you know, being one of these underdog teams, one of these teams that maybe people didn't expect much out of. However, coming into this, yes, they're a bit more careful at times. They don't always take these engagements, whereas other teams would be thinking, we have to take this right now. We have to challenge this position. Whereas iNCO is very happy, just sit back and bide their time and wait for the best moment to strike. And that seems to be what has been securing a lot of these very strong central compounds for them, even with teams surrounding them. BTR moves down to position on the top side. They have high ground in the Wizard Tower, trying to scout out some of these compounds underneath. Think about where their next rotational path might take them.
Teams on the military island still yet to make a move away. IHC still playing fairly split on their position on the east side of things. Don't think they've managed to go across just yet. And they are still just all four of them on that south military island. Potato Hill now claimed at the top by down one. Pretty important rotational path, but a lot of teams have headed center early, which means that not many teams are going to be rotating through there.
HVVP do need to move north at some point. You'd expect this circle not to end up down towards Sosnovka. BPE got a fairly easy rotational path on this western side. Sort of reminds me of back in the day of Western Europe, Mad Bulls and their rotation through this position. Made a lot harder come group stage because there were a lot of teams playing in Gatka downwards. With this specific playing path coming from Kameshki to Sosnovka, there's not a lot of teams taking up these positions in Gatka in the first place. So VPE, fairly easy rotation, get themselves to a position on the coastal side, and then can start to take shots and move their way through. Will depend on this next circle shift, though. Interested to see where that one does head.
Should be in fairly soon. Besiktas on the northern side trying to move in, but Bigatron are in the way. Looks like they might have scouted that out. Peace actually going to poke his head closer. I don't think they realize there is a team there just yet. But it's worth checking it out. The question is, can Peace get away with that information? Will he hear those footsteps? Will he hear a vehicle? Looks like Jen Foster's going to lose a couple of shots. Just try and back them off a little bit. They're definitely going to know there's a team present now, but LGD rock up and into the mix.
MVM moving downwards. Been taking a while for them to get into position, but yeah, finally here now. We'll be playing around that north shelter area. Most teams heading very central very quickly. We're having discussions ourselves before this game about why VP and HVP maybe not doing as well as maybe we expected them to. And I think it's born purely off the back of their edge play style. A lot of times you'll see that edge play style work out very well when you see more and more teams playing towards the edge itself. You can start to clear positions. But with this lobby that favors getting towards the center very quickly, picking up those compounds, there's nothing for HVVP to clear.
Alpha 7 come in from the back and a third party sideswipe on the eastern flank here. Besiktas, remember, they're already down at 2. LGD have been now severely diminished as well. Both middle pack teams right now looking to break out, but neither of them going to have too strong of a showing here now, with only those 2 players left standing. They are, fortunately, still in this next circle, sure, but how long can they keep this going with 16 teams still in?
That's the question. It's going to be difficult for them. I mean, 2 players, we've seen some good work come from that before, but yeah, for LGD, as they start to slip away from the top of that leaderboard, down to 9th place now, 22 points, they would like to get some more points today. And in match 4, now's the time to really sitting up those points margin. We're talking about how one big win can see you towards that top side. It's a very even split at the moment. Other than HVVP and VPE, to be honest, with 6 and 4 points, everyone else is slowly sits up at 1 or 2 points between every single team, up towards 3-point margin between third, second, and first place. So very easy to send yourself flying towards the top with a big game. And again, we've seen that type of thing on the last match of Survival Stage with i8, with their massive 34-pointer, which would see you currently in third place if you hit a game like that right now. So there's still chance, and I think that getting these big games at the end of today is where it's most important, because you want to see yourself in line with some of these top teams before you head into tomorrow. Otherwise, your work is really cut out for you.
Yeah, and I think it's most important for those big teams who haven't performed well so far. You know, it would be great if HVVP and Vampire can get some big numbers up on the board, right? They're looking to be 2 of the teams that everybody was expecting to qualify, quite frankly, in those top spots. First place for HVVP, third place for Vampire. And it will be a relief if nothing else. You can kind of write off the day and be okay with it as long as you get one good game here today. And you have to take a good day tomorrow, but it's match 4 and we're still, I mean, we're talking about end of day results. It is such a short form tournament? Short format tournament, there you go, that it really does matter. These small little junctures and the way that you handle them, really important.
Already you can see exactly why I'm talking about this edge playstyle and why it's not working out for some of these teams that are looking to rely on it a little bit too heavily. You can see that with the circle that's shifted in, it's headed towards farm side, so DRS, Enigma Galaxy, Damwon, iNCO, Titans, Game Lord, IHC already set up here. And for HVP, they've been able to not see any teams. There's nowhere on this part of the map they've been able to clear out space for themselves to start working with. The best they can hope for is that more and more fights start to pop off towards the center, like this, with Besiktas losing another player down to 1 now, where they can find some openings.
LGD, though, losing another. Suki in for the fight. A reject just straight crash it on and down, but all of their players are falling, coming a cropper. I think Game Lord are just opening up everything they have, letting the floodgates open. It's washing away everybody out in these open fields. Damwon. A knee sent over their way. That's coming in from Nanobete, from iNCO. Reject will be eliminated as well. LGD and Reject the first 2 to fall. Reject, top 3 position.
Again, for these teams towards the bottom, happy days. Losing Reject early like this allows them not to get too far ahead. A7, however, still on good track at the moment, right on the northeast side, still have a way to go, clearing out teams. BTR in their path, but BTR don't seem to be too much of a problem for a lot of these teams at the moment. Still, 18 points, it's not bad, can go further right now. 10 to 15 points would see them in a good position towards that top side. VPE crash in towards i8, and this is a much-needed win for them. And with IQ maybe winning this fight, it could be bad for them.
Really needed to win that earlier to see a safe, but either way, he does come up smelling well. Ghost, however, turns it around and finds another knock over to Vampire. Vampire already confirmed to have lost 1 player now. They really need to keep themselves together here. 2 versus 2. A lot of damage over to Stone. Ravenclaw crawling away to try and get rezzed up here by Fluke as they turn it around. Nades start to come through. They're not going to commit for this res. They don't think they have the time. The double DPS in action for Vampire, and it does give them a lot of power in this close quarter scenario. Southwest side and no one really close. A brilliant nade out. Finds Fluke for Aragon. XIA stoned around the corner. Evens up the numbers yet again. Ghost now up the stairs, trying to play on the upside, but will be losing his teammate in the process. 2 players still alive, and out he goes, looking for the res, playing it nice and slow, but Ghost wants to put more on out, wants to put a nade outside, and he goes, the nade's in hand, and it's good for Stoned. Can he avoid the nade? Did it drop down, or was the pin back in? Either way, Ravenclaw will get rezzed, and Vampire stay alive. 3 players.
Really, really needed for VPE. If they couldn't win that fight versus i8, you know, that confidence really starts to falter. Circle on top of iNCO once again. It feels like they've figured something out that the lobby just cannot quite get the handle on. A7 in the meantime, pick up 1 player there from BTR. HVP maybe hear the shots on that side and start to move across, start to coalesce around the guys from A7. They're currently moving in. They're a bit split off, so aren't able to take these shots as of yet. You can see them rotating alongside one another. Tixie's in the back, takes a huge amount of damage from Mafioso, and now A7 can start to leverage this.
Split and isolated. Alpha 7 cut Tixie off from the rest of HVVP, get the flush as well. And now there's a line of fire. HVVP needs some sort of answer here. Their 4th match of the day, and they've already started it off in an ideal fashion. They're moving ahead, and they're looking like they might just disengage from this. We saw this come through on the Miramar game as well earlier. They lost a player and then they just fully disengaged from the north side. They tried to just rotate away and play in a different spot. It looks like their confidence might have diminished a bit, Blank.
Yeah, just faltering. Matic takes a massive amount of damage there. Some good sprays. He was on a straight trajectory, though, which makes those sprays a little bit easier to hit. Kitsune still watching down that way. They needed that instant refrag, and with them being split off one another, Tixie in the back. I mean, Matic, the rest of the team, perhaps looking to rotate down towards the eastern side, hope to pick one a third party. But with how quickly we did see that fight conclude between A7 and BTR. BTR just sending all the way down towards that southeast side. HVP run into something that, you know, they were not prepared for, and A7 were already setting themselves up for a new fight.
3 players alive, though, still in with a shot from the northern edge. They just want this regroup and see if they can do a little bit more. Center east of the circle now. 3 teams occupy the compound on the long. Game Lord, Titan, Bacon time as well. Bigatron trying to roll up to squash from iNCO, who do have 4 players active. Their players are a little bit too far away, though, to help squash on this one. And he will be caught in the press. Bigatron, you can see the health bars there. Zuxi is down, but Misery and Liquid very, very low. Close by to iNCO, and the nades are in range here. The smokes are starting to bloom. It's actually Nigma Galaxy sneaking a little shot in through from the northwest side, through the doorframe.
More and more through. Game Lord Narvalo steps out a little bit too wide. Takes a bit of bad damage on his side. Gem Foster also falling. There is a slight gap in that shack, in which case Nigma Galaxy are completely taking advantage of it. Just sending bullets whistling through. Hear the wood cracking as it hits, and Gem Foster will go down because of it. Then Abete, Becker, Vitali all up front. BTR, all he can do is keep sending these smokes down towards the floor. Their position is now known. Yes, it's a central spot, but look at the amount of teams that see that position.
Bacon time. Have the upper floor here and a lot of sightlines over towards Narvalo. A lot of the teams on that hillside. Down 1. Tied, I think, for the highest elimination, or maybe on the highest elimination count so far in the lobby. Alpha 7 might have just surpassed that with the 4 elims they've got this game, but Down 1 have been blasting today. All 4 of them alive. They're in a fairly solid spot right now. The next circle just about to pop, Blank. We'll see who it favors.
Very simple little shift towards the center. iNCO still happy with this. HVP can move down slightly. That's towards down 1 spot. Crossing the road. Always the scary part for them. Besiktas off in the distance. Alpha 7 will have to take a similar lineup. Fairly split, though, at the moment. So perhaps 1 or 2 of the players can get picked off. Maybe Sun goes for these shots. He does, but now that's the presence known. Vehicle dropped out a little bit too wide, though. Should get blown up, which limits the amount of rotational ability coming through from HVP.
Not entirely sure. I don't think they've lost that buggy just yet, but it still won't provide them with everything that they need on that northern edge. They are in this next circle, however. Nigma Galaxy scouting out with Ralph as well from that northwestern edge. Alpha 7, they've played divide and conquer very, very effectively, I would say, on this northern side. This edge strategy working out for the Brazilian team.
Yeah, they're up and down, guys from A7, but right now they are certainly up. BPE lose Flukov on the scout to try and find a position to play in. Now just stoned remaining. Yes, they got 4 eliminations over towards I8, but it has been a rough run inwards. And that same ability to just get into those compounds and fight with teams, take them down, and then move forward after that. They are hemorrhaging players. Yes, they took knocks, but they always got players back up to 4-man strength. Smoke goes down. Nigma Galaxy look like they're going to try and move up towards it, and Stone's in a very tricky position now.
Spots that smoke start to bloom and has to fully go for a 180, repositions away from this rotation. DRS have spotted it. Delta wants the spray down, but it's not going to catch him just yet. iNCO holding off against the aggressive change. coming on through, and HVVP start to get into the fold against Nigma Galaxy as well. A lot of teams taking shots out that way. Stone does go down. It's Game Lord to pick up that point. 4 eliminations on the game. I mean, it's just not good enough at this stage, Blank. This is 4 games now with a poor performance from Vampire. HVVP similarly struggling, having taken a knock just now. They do manage to condense into that res, but this tower, very, very difficult to hold. The good news is that Besiktas only have 1, and down 1, unlikely to push out this way. So the nades not going to be super, super impactful.
Yeah, for down 1, I think the most important thing for them was the fact that it was the buggy that got saved in that situation. It was the Dacia that got exploded, so there's no way that HVP is going to make a 4-man crash onto that building, the buggy only taking 2 players with them. So they'd have to leave 1 player behind as a backstop there, which is not ideal. Taking a 3v4 as hard as it is, taking a 2v4 with a backstop who's not involved with the fight, where maybe Peace can take shots, Mythic might be able to take shots, it is difficult. And with HVP right on the edge of this circle, they need this northwest shift if they want to get further in. Down 1, on the other hand, very happy right now. Nigma Galaxy got towards the center, but suffered heavily to the hands of iNCO.
Next circle coming on through into phase 6. DRS, Western Edge. Very, very on the edge of it as well. We'll be cutting through potentially even some of the positions that they're in right now. Next circle pops, and it is a westward one, which will leave Titans out. Alpha 7 are going to have to move as well. Bacon Time, Game Lord, all of these teams are going to have to move. iNCO in their shack will be okay for the time being, but HVVP will have to leave theirs.
It's a little bit better. I think for HVP, though, happy enough with this one. They will have to move down towards where down 1's gaming, maybe challenge out the RS's position. A7 have a little bit further to go with a 4-man squad. They have the manpower to make these kind of pushes. Game Lord will have to move alongside with Titans and Bacon Times. That's going to be a rough run out for these guys. All against one another, trying to shunt each other off the road, down and towards the ditches and out of this game.
HVVP smokes up. Waiting for those peaks. You can see they're just stationing themselves at those windows, maybe looking for people shooting out those smokes. Alpha 7 slowly move forwards, lining up those vehicles for the rotate still to come. IHC swinging out as well, and now Alpha 7 find a knock over towards Bacon Time. Alpha 7, 5 eliminations on the game. And in comes the rotate. Now, Valo already down. Robs looks to move in and potentially look for a res as well there. Victor and Akashi left at the back. They have got that foothold into the circle now with Robs getting that res. But in comes Shirty to lead the charge for Bacon Time against the remaining duo, but a lovely little step up for Akashi, finds the forward position. Noise is there, getting isolated as well. Akashi around the side looks for more, has to swap out for the Mini 14, but there's backup from Victor, and now he looks for the reload on the UMP. Player at the back, spotted, going into the side building there, side room, but there's an off angle, there's shots coming through, and Game Lord now may lose their backstop position. The duo at the back will fall, but it's only ice for Bacon Time to keep going, and Titan shut it down.
Goodness me, Akashi moves outwards. There's 2 players holding, Nalvalo and Robs, hoping to get these 2 players back in towards action. HVP lose another member on their cross. They try to move down towards that western side, but down 1, we're waiting for that push for a very, very long time. Maybe HVP gets their teammate back up in action, but they need to get towards a top 5 position now to see them with maybe even just a chance towards the last 2 matches of the day. Titans fly in towards where Game Lord's holding. Very limited space to play in, but right now Robs is making it happen.
Doing a lot of work with him and Narvalo. Tight pull down. The crunch is held off. Alpha 7 now at their back. They need to turn their attention back up the hill, and they have more to deal with. Game Lord with the remaining duo, keeping things going. A little angle found. Robs looks to light it up, but the res comes through, and Alpha 7 are starting to regather momentum. Narvalo needs to keep this pressure on, but he needs to heal as well. All the reses for Alpha 7 are in. The circle is still pushing them, however, and they will need to move forwards. Nades, Molotovs, everything pouring through, but Narvalo gets the better end of the deal. Robs trapped in the shack, sure, but Alpha 7 will need to move forwards further. Carrillo is knocked out, and Alpha 7 getting cut apart. Game Lord doing so much work, 10 eliminations on the cards. They trapped and tracked down Titan, and now they're turning their attention to Alpha 7. In the meantime, IHC and iNCO going one way, then the other, and nades take both of the teams down in the center-south of the next circle. Narvalo close to Mythic now, who has a nade in hand, has 4 of them in fact, repositions out wide, and Narvalo back behind the rock. Revo low. Game Lord hold on with the duo on the east, but Bigatron are right there, ready and waiting.
Mutually assured destruction from IHC, as well as iNCO on that side. HVVP down to 1 player, and Game Lord have absolutely dominated. What an incredible hold from them with the 2 players in Robs and Narvalo. From holding off the push from Titans to taking down Alpha 7, a Titan in their own right as well at the top of the lobby. HVVP still struggling though, lost another player, but up to top 5, that's what they were looking for. At this point in time, top 5 is good for the guys from HVVP, but down 1 looking to finish the fight here versus them.
They'll catch up. Actually, they might not even realize there's still a player there. They will do now, though. Matic unleashing hell, but it's not going to be able to survive the burn himself. Matic falls. No eliminations, though, Blank. That is really... I mean, you said it was what they were looking for, but it's just not going to be enough to keep them there. Fortunately, it is still more points that they've been able to earn in the rest of the day so far. These teams towards the top are not going to let it go without a fight. Game Lord, 10 eliminations on the game. Narvalo, the archetypal survivor, with a lot of points at his back. What can DRS do against down 1 as the 2 teams looking to get back up to 4 players?
Again, BTR set themselves in position for success after that last game on Sandhawk. You want to see them do more here. Yes, they don't have the most amount of players to work this out with, just the 2 in Liquid as well as Misery, but they have to take this all the way at the moment. For BTR, that last game on Sandhawk, yes, they got some points, but again, I'll say it, it was lukewarm. It was not enough. They did not have enough presence within that lobby. This is just a game where a 2nd or 3rd place might just about cut it.
Ooh, a cheeky little spray over towards Forest there. Narvalo caught, but not going to get taken down just yet. Seemingly found some cover there behind the shrubbery. Down 1, right on the edge, and will have to move further. Narvalo is closer than they are. DRS as well will have to push through. Bigatron, the only team in the circle right now, even though they are a duo, and they have some real hard cover to push up on.
DRS moving on the prowl. Killer sends himself in towards the smoke. Down 1, moving in the vehicle. This has to be a good shot coming through from BTR. Rule steps up. Down 1 gets a little bit further down, but Narvalo's there. Finds 2. This guy is killer today.
Find another point, maybe even getting a flush there. Nicely found, and a lot of damage being sent through. Narvalo able to flush out 1 of them, and Damn 1 have been taken apart here. Forest, last player standing for them, and now it's only DRS as a full force squad, but they still have to push in just a little bit. Fortunately for them, there's no windows really for Bigatron out their direction.
DRS moving up, 4-man squad towards the top of the lobby at the moment, looking to put some more points on the board here. A really good team when it just comes to getting towards these final moments every single time. Not able to bring always that firepower. Finishes off the fight for them. BTR though, 2 players left alive. Nice shots come through from Forest. Will at least find 1, gives him time to maybe get out, but Narvalo will take immediate advantage of that. From this angle, moves up to the shack, further in towards the circle.
Very comfortable in these solo scenarios. We've seen them in them about 5 times over the last 2 days, Blank. Somehow, the Game Lord have been operating well as a team so far this game. They did get chunked down, but they already have, I think, over 11 eliminations. Narvalo, though, going to get trapped out by the blue zone. Will have to make a mad dash for it if he wants to stay alive here. Bigatron.
That's a great volley. It's cruel.
He's still... Oh, no, there's the zone. I thought he was going to be in it for a little bit longer, but no, the zone will envelop, and neither team's going to put a foot out of line here. Narvalo falls 3rd place, but a cracking entry from Game Lord on the game. 13 eliminations in 3rd place, a 23-pointer. Now Bigatron in a 2 versus 4, Misery and Liquid.
Liquid sending nades over the top. These nades are really important. Needs to find some damage from them at least, but you can see already the nades have been sent over the top. And with Liquid only able to send 1 at a time, whereas DRS is doing so many. Just to find a bit more damage. Already Killer quite low though, after being res a little bit short time ago. Bit more damage on his side. You wonder how many Liquid's got left, but that's him down. Now Misery in a really horrible spot. Rules on the side.
Position for Rules is known, but Liquid going to get flushed out here. Gianti starts the push forwards. Bigatron, 1 versus 4. Looks for some shots, finds 1, but is not going to be able to get any more. DRS able to take the chicken dinner in the middle. Very, very nicely controlled towards the end there. Playing from that high ground, moving through. Nice and effective.
DRS will be in a really good spot now, starting that game on 31 points and finishing with a good point scoring and the chicken dinner. I think that might set them ahead of Alpha 7, in fact, in first place now. Really, really good game from DRS. I mean, they have just made it through all of these group stages so far very, very well. I mean, it's been consistent at a time. Not always the most flashy of finishes, not always right at the top of the tables, but certainly always here and present is DRS. Not a Valo though, still going out of all of these games. I mean, it is incredible to see. The battery life on this guy is just unbelievable. The amount of time that he just remains in these matches as well. Like, why can't the rest of Game Lord just step up to this kind of pace, or at least move and shift to this type of play style? If I would just get Narvalo on IGL duty at this point.
He is about 3/4 of their team. It seems like he has earned so many of the points for the squad, and with that, that might even see them closer towards those top 5 positions. It was a really massive point scoring game, 23 on it, but it was DRS from 5th place to take the chicken dinner.
I'm going to take a page out of Imperium's book. Now, you guys might recognize the name Imperium. He's caster for PUBG Mobile, though I think he just retired recently from it. Nepal #1, DRS Gaming, 25 points. A fantastic game for them, putting up a chicken dinner and, again, potentially pushing them past Alpha 7 on the leaderboards. However, another 2 teams here we have to point out. Game Lord, well, I should maybe rename them to Nervalo and Co. Gets 23 points on the board. A fantastic showing.
Narvalo Lords, my favorite team. Clearly, I don't know how he just keeps surviving as the last player. Is really, really impressive, and he's up there. And as I said, Sunstorm, during that game, I feel like Game Lord just has their very first taste of a DBS, and like, wait, that's actually really good.
This is broken.
I want more of this. We just 2v4 Titan in that fight. This is an incredible fight, but I still want this one thing, Jason, from Game Lord. It is to remain as a 4-man team in the late game. I've yet to see it, but if they do it, we could see a chicken dinner because they truly have the chops to take, as we saw, a 2v4 versus Titan. That's big.
Won't happen, Max. I'm sorry. It just won't happen. It's Game Lord cannot win games with 4 players left alive. They have to at least lose one player. Yeah, too easy. Exactly right. But Bigatron as well. Sandstorm able to do a decent result. They get a 2nd place finish, as we saw there. A good chunk amount of points for them, and that puts them closer to reaching the top echelons of our top 5 in our leaderboards. Whereas teams like HVVP, again, another another underwhelming performance. I don't know if great came. I'm used to saying great when talking about them, but it was anything but that. There's a lot of teams starting to struggle here that I'm getting worried for, and we're almost through the first day. We're almost through half of the matches we have in total in our last chance stage. I don't know what to say, Sandstorm.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to discuss when we get to the last, the last chance stage of the tournament. You have these teams that just come out strong in the group stages, in the survival stage, but then when they get to the last, I guess, stench or the last part of the tournament, they always seem to be struggling. They're not adapting well enough, and that's what we've seen with the HVVP. They have dominated Group Green for the first 3 days, and then they changed their strategy on day 4. They started dropping on the west side of the military base, and they lost first place. They didn't even make it to the grand finals, and now they're here. And they're repeating the strategy again. I'm not sure why they're doing it, considering that's the reason they couldn't get to the grand finals, and now they might not even make it at the end. This is very bad for HVVP, and they have to turn it around now.
Yeah, they need to turn it around right now. But for us right now, we have to go to a short little break. And we come back, we're getting things ready for our 5th match of the day. Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia stream is made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia streams, total cooling system, and multiple ports for intensive gameplay. And what, Maxman?
Top tier accuracy. I don't remember the last one. you just keep throwing me under the bus in the middle of a sponsor segment. I don't know what.
What does it say? Okay, hold on. What is it, Sandstorm? What's the last thing?
Intense gaming, and that's about it. Why is he doing this to us?
I say this call out about 3-4 times a day.
But it's
for the
your
last
thing.
How many days? And you guys don't listen to the last word. It's streaming. Hello, that's what we're doing here. Gentlemen, we're about to head into our next match. Before then, we're going to take a look at our overalls, and DRS have done it. First place by 8 points. Now, 8 points isn't that big of a buffer, but as you look down the list, they're almost 20 points ahead of Game Lord, who are in 5th place, Maxman.
I think that a lot of the teams here just realized there was a 90 Hz option on their phone, not on an Xperia device. Like, wait a second, this is also really good. It's just going to help out a lot on our results.
DBS, 90 Hz? Oh,
Best of both. Well, I mean, yeah, it's look advantage for them right now. It feels so good to CDRS, as I already said a little bit earlier in the show, that they were playing this hyper-passive playstyle and they were just playing edge and avoiding fights as much as possible. But now, when they get in that game-winning position, they're not scared anymore to pull that trigger and to just be overly aggressive. And Rules, I would say, Sandstorm, is the one that sets up the team in really good positions a lot of the time. So heads up to him. But at the bottom, though, no heads up because heads down for HVVP and Vampire.
Yeah, definitely
and
struggling.
LGD.
12. Yeah,
Also,
I mean,
what? No.
No. I think Maxman's team should be safe. I mean, should be, provided that he doesn't pick them for the rest of the tournament. But next game, Miramar. That's going to be a very spicy game, especially with the fact that Nigma, HVVP, Vampire, these guys are not doing so hot right now. And with this 5th game of the day, HVVP Vampires, I'm not sure if they can bring it back at this point of the turn, especially Vampire. In the last game, a couple of times they would send one of the players to kind of scout out, find out some information, find out which compounds they can actually just breach instantly. They didn't manage to do that, and they lost 2 players in 2 different locations to do 2 different teams. They're not able to get the information they need to get into the last couple of zones of the game.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at our teams to watch here, and I'm kind of hoping both of you have focused in on the lower-ranked teams to do. Well, of course, Maxman's got to throw up Game Lord in there after their recent success and discovery of the DBS, but Titan as well, Max.
Yeah, I think they had some interesting fights in the previous game, but I'm mostly focused on teams in the middle of the pack right now, and the reason why I'm not picking lower teams, I think it might be over. I'm really looking at the lead that the teams had at the top, and I'm thinking, unless we see a step up in these last 2 games and seeing how things have been going so far, I don't know why I would put as teams to watch like HVVP, Vampire, Enigma, because even if they do get good games, I don't know if that's going to be actually enough to reach top 5.
Well,
so it's looking scary at the bottom. Yeah.
Right, 5th place was 36 points. 20 points in a match, pretty doable. Even possible, like 25, pretty doable, right? That does put you in striking range. I feel like one game right now from these bottom teams, if it's a successful one, and then they start to improve from there, I think there's definitely a chance. I don't want to call it just yet, Maxman.
I agree. It's just I have not seen them being able to, I think, perform
True.
at that level. HVVP has not been able to get in a single circle the entirety of today. Vampire's just looking like a shadow of their previous selves in what we saw in, you know, the last 2 stages of this PMGC. Until I see something, I'm not going to put them as a team to watch because they're just not looking anywhere as good as they were in the past.
Okay, well, Sandstorm, respect your picks here as well. You had Enigma Galaxy, you had HVVP, and you had Vampire. 3 teams that need to step up, and 3 teams that I would never expect to not make it to the finals here of PMGC. But we'll see as we head into our 5th match with John, Allen, and Blaine.
That's right, we're going right into match number 5. It is going very, very quickly, Blank. We are making our way inexorably, inevitably, towards the point where we will have to cut a lot of the teams out here. 11 of them will not be making it any further.
Yeah, we're really getting towards that end mark now, and it is not at all how I expected this to shape up at the end of the day. We have some teams that we thought were 100% going to get towards that top 5 position, yet here we are with DRS, Alpha 7, Down 1, IHC, and Game Lord currently in 5th place. What a strange leaderboard this currently is, but I'm happy to see it. Game Lord have been down bad throughout the year. I think towards the beginning they looked very, very strong. Last year they looked like one of our best Western European teams. They fell off massively, but now getting back to form. Unfortunately, we have not seen many of those dominant finishes with 4 of Game Lord left alive to get up those big points. And it's been a while since we've seen a really good chicken dinner win come from Game Lord. And I think that is the kicker right now for them, is that that's what's holding them back. I think the only thing that's allowing them to run forward at any kind of pace at all is just the fact that Narvalo, last alive every single time, just makes the call, makes the decision to basically play for the points for the team. I think he's getting the vast majority share of them for them. Other than that, it's just a case where they have a good position, they start battling out and getting a huge amount of eliminations across the board.
I mean, yeah, in that last game, right, they got, I think it was 13 eliminations over the course of it. Their total over the tournament so far today, 20 eliminations, right? So they only had 7 other eliminations, 18 placement points, and half of those were from that last game. It really has been, to be honest, not Game Lord, it is Narvalo, in my mind, as you said, on form. And we need more from the rest of them if they want to keep hold of that top 5. HVVP will be fairly happy with this circle, as it pops up to the northwest, a desperately needed respite.
I think for HVVP, if you look at the games today, and I'll keep saying it, this is a heavily central focus lobby right now, where a lot of teams are just going to hit those center positions. If you're already towards that area, you've got a good spot. And right now, with HVVP's current drop spots, North George, Sosnovka backup, La Cobreria over on Miramar, and then over on the Northwest Island for them in Sandhawk, they are always right on the outer edges of these maps. So it's unlikely that they'll get many circles coming their way in the first place. So getting towards the center positions for them is extremely difficult, and changing drop spots at this stage of the tournament, very difficult to make happen without finding yourself coming front to front, face to face with some of these other teams in the lobby and maybe having to take a hot drop. So right now, with this shift on the circle, this is their chance. This is their opportunity to make something happen. Similarly, for Enigma Galaxy, currently down in 14th place with 16 points. They have a chance here dropping over towards El Pozo. This is a good position for them. They could challenge out towards HVVP's spot on that northern side. And Hacienda del Patron for Game Lord continue on their streak towards that top 5 position. I want to see them towards 25 minutes with 4 to 3 members. If I don't see that, I mean, even if they make it towards the grand finals, I'm still a little bit hesitant to cheer them on in that way.
It is all a bit topsy-turvy so far in the first 4 matches. We'll see if that can change, if that can be altered, readjusted. DRS very, very far on the south side. They'll want to get looted as soon as possible. Try and avoid any conflict as well as they move on forwards. No one really too close by them, but their path likely to include a western coast rotation, which would be behind Titan, who themselves might be behind IHC on that route.
Titans moving in. Like you said, DRS. Go for that western rotate up on that road. IHC just slipping down just a little bit. Still quite firmly towards the top of the lobby with 40 points. I think I'd be happy to see IHC make their way through to the PMGC. Considering the splash they made a couple of years ago, back when they were Zeus, I think this is another good chance for them to show what they're made of, really test their mettle against some of the best teams in the world. But again, right now, this is still last chance. This is still the survival stage. These are still some of the weaker teams from the lobby. Some of the teams that were just eked out right at the very, very last minute, coming in a 4th place. I think for HVVP, VPE, this right now is not right. This is very, very wrong to see it happen. This is what happens in a sprint format. Sometimes is that you don't get always those expected values. But I don't think right now that 8 points and 12 points apiece for these teams can even be sat outside of the realms of expected values, right? I think you could easily say, oh, HVP would be in 10th place right now. And that is them not doing well. But at the moment, these two teams look like they cannot find that same kind of performance that they were looking at when we were watching them in that survival stage, when we were rotating those groups in and out.
Definitely needs a step up. To be fair, you can play the iNCO strat and get 2 really big games a day instead of playing consistently. It is high variance, as you say, but you've already played your bad games, which would mean that you necessarily have to have these 2 massive games at the end of the day. And to put it bluntly, both of these teams can't do that. They can't do it at the same time. It just doesn't happen.
No.
And so we're seeing one of them going to drop behind at least.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, it's very unlikely that we'll see HVP or VPE both in the top 5, barring some kind of miracle for both these teams. And the teams at the top suddenly having a massive drop-off in performance. For HVP and VPE to make it to the grand finals, right now, the percentage is very, very low of that happening. So it's a bit scary for any fans of VP and HVP. It would be very sad for one of the most promising Thai teams to not go through to the grand finals and represent their country there. But again, this is just how PMGC works. Sometimes you get cut, and if you can't continue that kind of sprint, you can't continue that consistency going through for 5 days, you should have made it in the top 3 in the first place.
I mean, we were talking about Vampire after the show yesterday, and I mean, they are generally quite a streaky team. They have had massive performances. I mean, you look at PMWI, for instance, back earlier in the year, they came first in both phases of that tournament on a global stage against some of the best teams in the world. This is not that team. This is absolutely completely different from what we've seen, even from previous days in this tournament. So you cannot afford to have these off days in this fashion.
Yeah, and I think the adaptation has to come through now from both of them. A7 is probably the only team I'm seeing at the moment that is able to make it happen with this edge play style. And they usually play from the northeast, though, and I think that's something you have to consider, is that a lot of times this northeastern side of the circle, it's very free, it's very clear. And for HVP, where they're coming in, it's a little bit difficult. For VPE as well, southwestern team playing on the edge, they also have a massive difficulty doing that because there's a huge amount of teams that are coming from that way, dropping on that side of the circle too. There's a lot of little bits of nuance that's going on at the moment, which is hampering a lot of these guys, but I still have to admit that A7, again, probably the only team that has found success playing this edge play style. Now, if HVVP towards the center, we have a really good time to bring out the magnifying glass and see exactly what's going on. Is it that edge play style that's holding them back, or are they just in this state of a little bit of mental fluctuation? Can they not quite find that same groove that they were in over the past 3 days? And is it not just been able to translate here? I think this is a great time to have a look, really deep dive on the team, because if they don't make it far into this game, I'm talking past 20 minutes, you know, there is something seriously going wrong. And the adaptation coming through tomorrow has to be massive from both VPE and HVVP.
Hopefully they can pull something together in these final 2 games of today as well. LGD moving in from the eastern side, who've been having a fairly middling day right now, have LGD. They've had 1 or 2 fairly strong performances. They've had some solid results come through. But now they need to start to blast out to join the big boys at the top. You can see at the moment, 11th place, 22 points, 38 points the current bubble. So they are 16 points behind. Not insurmountable by any stretch, but definitely not where you want to be. It's lagging a little bit behind where we thought they might be, especially given their performance yesterday. HVVP regrouping a little bit to play on the north side of this next circle shift.
A really, really, really good ridge to play from on this top side. Huge amount of sidelines available to them. The next circle coming in will lock off that northern edge portion as well. So again, leaving those two players behind in Meku as well as Kitsune, the north side of the ridge, will give them a bit more opportunity to look out that way and make sure there's no one coming in. So that careful nature returning back. But you can see there is a difference. There's a really big difference. Yes, HVP got the circle, but it does seem like VPE has switched things up as well. I mean, they looked at what's happened with iNCO. They find that they're getting a lot of success on board, and you wonder why. And it's like, well, they're just sending center. They hold center, they get far into the game, they hold on to these compounds, and VPE, instead of trying to play out on the outside now and move in, they've taken up a very central compound. They're a strong team. They've got good team fighting capability. They can play off the back of one another, but they've been constantly on the back foot every single time at risk of toddling backwards and just falling flat on their back.
Ooh, gets lit up. Hamodi wins that challenge. A solo outpost for Enigma Galaxy, and that makes that a very, very risky challenge to take for Hamodi. However, he does win that out. However, if IHC, in the meantime, take down the vehicle, it means that he will take a knock on the drop down if he needs to regroup with the rest of the team.
To be careful with it at this point in time, John. Like you say, a really important position for them just in terms of been providing that info backwards towards the rest of his team. Suki, though, it's a big amount of damage coming from P, so immediately gets back into cover. Zessie down. It'll be difficult to pick him back up, but can make that long crawl back towards Enjoy. Pick him up, but Suki's very unwilling to let this player go. Got him on the chains. Keeps dragging him backwards, but finally gets towards his teammate, who's unraveling those as we speak.
The rest of LGD as well, looking out this way, being pinged furiously, I imagine. After the knock, slowing them down, and actually, potentially... No, MVM's moving away on that one. Just trying to get a little bit better position in this next circle, because Besiktas right on the edge. It's not worth LGD pushing out for it. Circle shuts yet again. The big fight I'm looking at, Blank, is Bacon Time versus HVVP. Both of these teams need to stand up. We've talked a lot about HVVP, but Bacon Time as well. This was a top contender team coming into today, and again, another performance that is unbecoming of them.
100%. I think for HVP, currently very split off at the moment, watching all angles. I think they're very concerned about getting backfilled on from any of these positions and saying how important Crater Fields Ridge is. Bacon Time slowly making their way on over. I think the information should have been passed back from at least one of these players from HVP. Tixie trying to not get too far forward. Does have to play point man a lot of times and suffers for it, but I think that it's more valuable for them to recall Tixie early on and allow him to play as that backstop member. Reject moves up towards Sung's position. Just this goes down, but Sung has fallen. So we'll be able to get the player back up on his feet for Reject as a four-man squad.
With Reject holding off those sight lines. Ooh, nearly losing another up the top there, but Ghost does get the angle. Potential for Titan to take a little chunk out as well, but Reject lose one player. Wants to loot up, get off the top of here. Probably pretty sharpish unless Reject can re-establish control on the ground with Duello and Divine. It is valuable as a sightline, but if you're getting shot out, it's not going to have any value at all.
Darius moves up. Currently our first place team, 56 points, looking good at the moment. Poly fans can be very happy about this for them. Moving through. This is all the way down on the southeast edge though, so not quite in the circle as of yet. A little bit further to go. Enigma Galaxy moved down. Challenge off against Titans. Great nade from Teak.
This is on the southwest side of proceedings. Nade already finding the opening onto Enigma Galaxy. Fought hard to be here. They keep just about squeaking in, but they continue to find themselves a lot lower down the tables than they find themselves comfortable with. Hamodi has got the angle and will be suppressing the Titan knocks on the inside. Won't be able to find any damage there, but Lord underarms it over the top of the wall. Could be good, repositions them, but they've all moved back. Titan with a really timely maneuver.
Nicely done there. IHC unfortunately did take down one of the Titan players in the back there. Knocked, unable to regroup with the team. That's Axa down. IHC picking that one up. Might not be able to finish him off, but I don't think that you'll see the rest of the team be able to get there to help him now, all the way on this southern edge. Bacon Time as well as HVVP chilling in the same area. Really, it's very important for HVVP to take a confident and clean fight with Bacon Time. For Bacon Time, life gets very tough towards the ditch inside of Credit Fields. Luckily, Tixie's able to regroup with the team. Very split, though. Any one of these knocks, unresable, in which case Bacon Time might be able to quickly capitalize on the top of it. VPE in a good spot. And iNCO holding off versus Down 1 and DRS, who are very close by. Good push from DRS, actually, to get into that position. Nice nade.
Knock over towards two of the Titan players. They've already lost their backstop, remember, as well, so only one active puncher. Last player standing for Titan now. Lord up and close for Enigma Galaxy. 4 players alive. Free Fire on the corner. There's backup as well further down. Playing as a duo, Lord and Freak. Trapped on the tire buggy there, but will be able to save it as he swings out wide with Ralph. Nice little hold and fight against Titans. Eliminated. 16th place. 30 points, 9th position. They're going into the last game, still very much in the conversation, but we hop over to IHC. Godless forwards against Bigatron's position on the south side. Will have to move up north on this next circle.
I also close by with some good sightlines down towards this spot. Smokes are out for BTR to keep this position nice and safe, but it's not within the circle. They have to move forward already. You can see backstop sent out by AHC. Very dangerous outpost actually. A little bit risky, so they will move back down towards the team. See if they can find any of these team shots down towards BTR. They don't, so regroup instead. Smart decision coming from IHC. Might just want to send away from this one.
Getting into the buggy. There you go. There's that reposition. There's that regroup. Bacon Time still sheltering under the windbreak of HVVP on the northwestern side. Alpha 7 northeast. Looking to try and challenge out DRS's totals. But in the fight, it's Down 1. Having to fall back through the fires, not ideal. Taking quite a lot of damage there, trying to burn away at Aegon XI8 on the scrap. 3 players alive for Down 1. Aegon XI8 with 3 in the compound as well. Forwards position and an aid over to Osel. Fabian low as well. Needs to try and get a heal, and that's the last. They don't even need to see them. They don't need sightlines. Aegon XI8 take all of Down 1 down, and 3 players active for them to move forwards. Reject on the mountain, fending off against IHC, but the roll-up is a little bit too strong. It's going to move Ragey off, and 3 players from Reject, not enough to stop them.
Brilliant nades there coming through from Ghost and Blade. Will decimate the players coming through from Down 1. Reject though, IHC were able to move up to a good spot here. It's a long shot for them to get there. In the meantime, HVVP spotting those players from Enigma Galaxy down towards that south side. Wonder if they can hold this spot. I mean, Bacon Time will have surely heard them now. They've been very quiet.
Certainly have. It's been quite strange that they've stayed there for so long. I guess they know that no one's really going to crash them in this position. They're in the circle. They don't need to take this fight. Just stay alive for as long as possible. Okay, some consistent points on board. IHC moving in against Reject. Lose Yol, but we'll be able to res that one. Duello and Ragey now. Last player standing for Reject. Close by to Alex and Enigma Galaxy as well. A little bit around the corner. Everybody needing to move north though, which means that this fight is going to be forced. Nade over the top, right on top of Alex. And Icy moves into position. Duello trying to swing out wide as well. Ragey super low against Enigma Galaxy. Fighting off against 2 teams as a duo. Really tough stuff coming through for Reject. That south side, very treacherous indeed. Center compound is there, but HVVP get this shift again. This is the game that they need to win, but they haven't managed to rack up the points yet, Blank, and there's still plenty of teams for them to go down in front of.
Still a massive chance. Gamelord have been taking a fight from Besiktas as well as LGD at the same time. It's been really good stuff. A very wide peak there coming through from Robs, though. Maybe a little bit ill-advised, considering they were fighting 2 teams in the first place. Taking a wide peak like that is very dangerous. Narvalo, Victor still alive. Victor making some very risky and dangerous plays as of recently. A bit too far out. 7 eliminations found so far for them. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy still taking shots down towards the guys from IHC. Finds a good amount of damage through. Icy down now. IHC currently 1 player alive.
Uh-oh, Navallo spotted. Bigatron, 3 players just moved straight on into the third party there. Only the 1 player active for Game Lord. They're looking for the res over onto Robs, and Bigatron playing as 4 will be swinging in from that south side. Peace. Last for Besiktas in the shack. Able to line up 1. He's looking pretty healthy. The weapon swap's good. Does he get another knock? No, he doesn't. That'll be Besiktas down. DRS holding on to their top spot on the tables, and another elimination point under their belt as well, under the watchful gaze of HVVP on the Northwest still.
The wings there as well, that Alpha 7 have a good opportunity to try and third party onto that one. Last player from Game Lord does go down now. BTR putting in some work at the moment. 7th place, not a bad position at all, and I think that at this point in time, yes, BTR haven't had their massive finish on the game, but certainly have got some decent ones coming through. Found some good positions on the map, play from there. Maybe didn't get the win, but looking for those consistent points at this point in time, I think is wise considering where they started at the beginning of the day.
iNCO holding onto their compound. Aegon XA8 in for the challenge, playing off one another though. Becker and Vitali move forwards. Blade already low. 3 players to deal with. 1 knocked in the back for Aegon XIA. iNCO playing close. iNCO will fall as well. Blade low and dispatched. iNCO staying alive. 3 players in it. Sorry, 4 players in it. 3 eliminations. 10th place finish there for Aegon XIA. Alpha 7 now up against Bigatron, who have been moving through the Miramar ground very effectively. Misery ducks behind cover again. Jen Foster did get down, flushed as well. Low HP for Misery. Mythic and Revo are there, but Liquid and Zuxi roll on through to try and throw a spanner in the works here. Carrillo pushes all the way through, out, and will spot Misery. A bold push, but it pays off. Revo and Mythic now teaming up with Carrillo, back together. All 3 of them trying to face off against Zuxi. Last player standing for Bigatron, but Schwepp is there. Will have third-party angle for Vampire to shut anything coming out of this compound. Challenge is good. Carrillo low. Zuxi falls. Schwepp now starts to stand up. Backed off the ridge line. There is backup moving in from Vampire, and they want to take this team out here and now.
HVP still have oversight on this, though. Vampire moving away. And a little bit of damage over towards Alpha 7 is more than they needed, to be honest with you. That little bit of damage will slow them down, let them know that they need to be wary moving off from this side after hearing those shots. So I like this from VPE. Maintain this decent compound within the circle, yet keep Alpha 7 in a position where they're a little bit afraid to move up. iNCO, far into the game, picked that central spot, really haven't done much at all. Grabbed those 4 eliminations for themselves and then just coasted from there on out, and that is fine. That is fair play. Bacon Time, though, have not moved an inch from that position. I think for HVVP, maybe false sense of security is there. I think I just saw Tixie take some shots down towards Bacon Time, actually, though, so they have been located. Have to move from underneath this warehouse. Potentially a lot of free eliminations, though. Still, HVB have to be careful. Everyone in this lobby has absolutely beam laser-like accuracy.
Enigma Galaxy. Lord proving that. Worried about Tixie, though, and you definitely should be. Ralph moves in for the backup as iNCO try and move in for the res. They want to play together here, the remaining duo from Enigma Galaxy. Ralph, though, still in the vehicle. Vitali spots it. Gets these shots down, lays down the Lord. Will be able to get that flush, I'm sure, very, very quickly. Ralph, last standing now. Bacon Time being opened up on, and here we go. HVVP finding those shots. Last player now for Bacon Time, trapped down in the crater. I think HVVP have known for a long time that they're there. They would have heard the vehicles move up a lot earlier. But they've just been happy to leave them chilling. Save those for later. Put them on ice. Bacon Time eliminated 7th place. 14th position on the table is not good, but 6 eliminations for HVVP. It's a good start, but they need to go further with 6 teams remaining.
Yeah, I think that the reason we haven't seen HVP lighting up the kill feed, the elimination feed, as much as we might have liked, is just because of Bacon Time's been here. And I respect the fact that they've tried to keep as many sightlines on them as possible before moving out to a more proactive and aggressive position looking down towards the southeast. This means now that they're completely clear. They know that they can play this ridge side with confidence. Tixie can move down if he needs to. And now they can just start to take shots down to absolutely everyone on this southeast side. Maku already opening up towards DRS, finding a knock to start it off with.
Look at how high up Maku is, and Kitsune as well. Matic, just, well, I mean, all of them, right? They have absolutely perfect high ground. I think Vampire only saved by the sheer fact that they might be out of render distance at this stage. It's really, really coming down to just stuff like that. The vehicles will be spotted, sure, but difficult to hit those shots at that range. They're more concerned about the teams closer by. Matic spots Vitali, shots with a Mini 14 over out to iNCO's backline. Tixi moving in as well. Has taken a bit of damage there. They want to get a little foothold forwards, but Ralph is close by. The teams down the hill might be able to deal with that, however. Schwepp, shots over towards Rules. And Blank, we said both HVVP and Vampire needed to have good games. They needed it. We said they couldn't do it. Blank, we might be being proved wrong.
Maybe. Meku makes his way down off that cliffside. Starts to move around towards the rest of the team. Ralph removed. Sleeping Galaxy out. Tixi still trying to keep the guys from iNCO at bay. Matic also supporting from this position. Difficult for iNCO to move out. Little to no cover available for them. Now we get into nade range. Tixi will pull out the nades. iNCO sends off towards the east, so Tixi wants to put that one away for the time being.
Circle goes very central, but still under the watch of the HVVP high ground. They might have to descend from the super high ground positions, the plateaus that Kitsune is currently on. He is outside the circle, but he can leverage it for as long as possible. Vampire picking up a point or two on their way, as well as DRS faltering under their gaze. Fortunately for DRS, though, they're right at the top of the tables. They're in this very late, yet again. 3 players alive.
Yeah, this is really good news for DRS and should secure them some good point scoring towards the end of the day, which sees them very safe in terms of a buffer coming into tomorrow. Still, there could be some massive strikeouts for some teams. Get them back into a fighting chance. Again, though, DRS still in a very, very good spot. At least the first couple of matches tomorrow, if they can match the type of performance they've been able to show us today, which is getting late into a lot of these circles, really could be DRS. He's seen as one of our first secured members going through to the grand finals.
He's looking for a nade in Mythic's backpack there, but doesn't have one to play with. Behind DRS in both the tables and the position. The smoke forwards actually going out. Will give the game away. Mythic has a little bit of trouble with Gianti close by. It's actually Ravenclaw from Vampire to spot him. Lands a headshot there, sneaks the elimination point away. 4 elims, Alpha 7 out in 5th. Again, similar story to DRS. Good point scoring to close out their day. They still have one more match to play. They'll keep themselves in those top 5s for sure. Vampire now from the south side. HVVP from the top. Trying to trade it off. Knock over towards HVVP for the first time this game. That might be worrisome. iNCO, southwest side, being left alone by pretty much everyone now. In comes Vampire to put the crunch onto DRS. The DRS are being shot down by HVVP in the time being as well. Ravenclaw moves up far and far. Schwepp cut down. And in comes HVVP from the top as well to find Vampire shots as well. Ravenclaw out wide. Vampire down to 3. Matic spots Ravenclaw, takes him down, looks for the flush. We'll be able to find it. 10 eliminations for HVVP. Blank. The heat is coming back to this roster. This is what they needed. Hopefully they can roll this confidence forwards. Vampire in it late too, but iNCO are still alive.
And this is what we're talking about. You drop the magnifying glass on this team, you see what the real problem is. And it looks like it is just this case of playing on the edge with such a central-based lobby that it's difficult for them to find these positions where they can sweep and clear. iNCO Gaming move up. Nenebete's first to handle. They know they have a knock. Kitsune's got a grenade. Be able to send it over the top, get some good damage. That's fantastic. A nade might do the job there, and Nenebete knows he has to move back.
I think those shots came in from potentially even Vampire across the way. Stepped a little bit too far up that ridgeline. Becca on the off angle might be able to get Matic done here, but Tixi bursts it in the air super high, and those shots from earlier are crucial. Nenebete falls, and they can res. Move closer to the edge of here, though, and Becca might shut you down. Vampire is there, and Squash has an off angle for iNCO. This ridgeline is so dangerous for HVVP. It is their savior, but also their curse to play around. They'll have to move closer to the center of the circle. Heals come through. They'll have been fairly good on the ordnance for now. Kitsune wants a peek, Meku wants a turn, and they're getting shot down. Vitali falls, Nenebete again from Vampire on the sidelines. Becca spot out, but shot down, stoned. Squash will be able to deal with it. And out Fluke, the only player for Vampire. 1 player active for iNCO as well, with the backline still active. Vampire eliminated. 3rd place, 3 eliminations. They'll take it. 13 points is not massive, but it's better than what they've been able to do so far. iNCO now against HVVP. who've been claiming so much of this lobby in such a crucial time. And iNCO as well, performing in a way we haven't seen since the start of the day to get this late in. Squashed down to the zone. Nenebete looking to heal everybody back in for the roster.
Nenebete moves up, back to challenge here. Squash denies the point, out in the play zone, but Meku with a disgusting angle on the side. But Nenebete's already up, takes down one with the DPS, looks for a little bit more.
Will push through, all the way through the smoke, looks for Kitsune, who's in the reload. He'll find a second as well. Nenebete for iNCO, needs the challenge, but HVVP turn it back around. It's not elation, we've seen them. The Icemen of the lobby. They keep it calm, even under such pressure. And they are happy, they're relieved to keep themselves alive in this last chance.
And with that kind of game, honestly, 12 points at the start, we'll see them around about 20-ish points there on the higher end of 20-ish points. We should see them just about underneath, getting into that top 5 now. I mean, it was a little bit good there for DRS, getting quite far into the game, secures their top side in that first position spot. And VPE also similarly getting some points on that game too. Very, very well done. Look at that, Matic. Look, man, when you don't go and scout out with the vehicles and get shut down about 500 meters away from your squad, look what you can do. It's unbelievable good stuff.
That's crazy, isn't it? 8 knockouts, incredible stuff coming through from Tixi for the roster. 14 eliminations, 29 points, Blank.
It is a great game, an absolutely insane game coming through from the guys from HVVP. And again, it's this thing where we had to take a look at them from a position where they could play, and it seems to me that there is just that edge play that is causing them some problems, John.
Vampire in late. HVVP getting this chicken dinner. This is the turnaround that is needed. But is it too late? Have they got enough time to make that run back?
I think HVVP need to add a couple letters to their name. It stands for look good, smell good, if I remember correctly. They also need to add in play good. 29 points for them. Getting 14 eliminations and the chicken dinner. That is exactly what they needed, Maxman, to get back in the running here.
You said it, Jason. I was a little bit doubtful because I was a little bit disappointed with their first 4 matches, but this is a game that not only they needed, I think, for their moral boost, but this puts them back in the race for top 5. And now I have a reason to potentially put them as my team to watch for the next matches, because this is, I think that they needed something. I saw a little smile on the face of Matic there, and it's like just a little bit of relief after a game like that. And a confident one too. That great 2-2 split, you're just fragging out as much as you can.
The only problem though, Sandstorm, we did see Alpha 7, we did see iNCO, we did see DRS as well get some really good results here, which means the HVVP aren't really going to catch up to them too much. However, the teams in 4th and 5th place, like your Game Lords here, they're going to be able to at least close the distance on.
Yeah, the mission for the 6th and final game of today would be to get within that top 6, top 7 level of that leaderboard. And I think HVVP will be able to do it considering the massive turnaround that we've seen in that last game. But to be fair as well, the zone did just go straight to their drop location. So that was massive, massive help for the side of HVVP. And hell, we didn't even have to wait for the 6th game. They're already in the top 7 part of the leaderboard. So that's a huge boost to them. Only, what, 3 points now between them and qualifying. So one game can have a huge impact on where you are on the leaderboard, especially with the amount of eliminations that we've seen HVVP get.
I mean, they were 15th, I believe, going into this match, and they're able to just completely shoot off the bottom. Vampire was last, but they were able to get themselves into 15th now. Unfortunately for them, not as many points as they were hoping for, but at least a sign of life. I think that's the upside here for me, Maxman. HVVP and Vampire, they're not dead just yet. However, LGD, A little bit sad considering they finished second overall. They looked really confident. They didn't shake the hand of the interviewer, as we saw yesterday, so they have no curse on them. But they're struggling as well here, Max.
He must have shook his hand off camera. I mean, that's the only explanation about what's happening to LGD, but not sure what's going on. It's so weird because they're taking these fights. Like, when it comes to macro, they still get in good position. I think their rotations are good. But when it comes to taking fights head on, like, they lost to Game Lord right away, I think, in a 2v3, 2v4 situation, which is really, really surprising. So LGD maybe just losing their tact when it comes to these fights and engages, and it's a tough one, especially as you enter the last game of the day. You don't want to end on a bad note because that's tough going into the last day.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's maybe not working in their favor is the amount of aggression we're seeing out of some other teams potentially. And I know you two were talking about iNCO being very aggressive today, and you've actually been quite happy with that, Sandstorm.
Yeah, very, very pleased, and definitely not what I expected from the side of iNCO, but seeing how they're taking those rotations, going to the middle of the zone time and time again, and just trying to get as much information as possible. I mean, in that last game, they were able to be in the middle of the zone, I think zone 5, zone 6. You had a lot of teams on the high ground that were just constantly fighting each other, so they had all the free information. They knew exactly where they could move, and even that fight with Nigma Galaxy, they lost a player, but they were still able to instantly push, get that position instantly, and then they just had complete control once again. Very, very good play from them. And now, especially with that result, I think, you know what, I'm eating my words. I was completely wrong at the beginning of the broadcast. They might definitely do it, but is that going to curse them? I don't know. I hope not. I really hope not.
I do remember hearing someone on the desk say, if you struggle on 2 matches, they're not really gonna have a chance. But we'll see if things, I mean, it's not done just yet, right? We still have our top 5 set at the moment. Let's see your teams to watch here in this next match. And Max, man, I'm expecting to see an HVVP out of you.
Hey,
there we go.
Got 2 HVVPs right now. I actually, even though HVP had himself a really good game, like, of course, gave himself to chicken dinner, I think Vampire showed also some really good potential in that previous match. Like, they seemed like they were actually trying to do something compared to their previous matches. Defending their compound against Breach after Breach, actively pushing uphill. They took a fight, I believe it was against DRS at one point. That was not an easy fight, yet they come out on top. And they were trying to also sneak a top 3 position at the end, which they were able to secure. So, still a tough start to the day, and they, of course, still only in 15th position, Jason. But they started off this game with 8 points, and now they're up to 21. So they're getting there slowly, and they still just, with one strong game, can catch up to that top 5. But I still need to see a little bit more from these guys.
Yeah, one game could easily get them into like top 7, like we saw for HVVP. The problem is they are running out of time to do so. Every match that they continue to not perform to the levels that we know them to be at means they're falling further and further behind. But so are quite a few teams. But DRS, iNCO, HVVP coming in for you, Sandstorm. I can kind of expect why most of those were picked, but let's hear your thoughts on DRS.
So DRS, the team that had the biggest change, I feel, coming into the last chance stage of the tournament. They struggled a little bit during the survival stage, but we said, or I focused on the fact that when we get to this stage, it's going to be a complete change in the strategy from them, going from playing the edge of the zone and being super passive to actually picking the right time to take your fights. And now they are leading last chance. So I want to see if they're going to be able to finish off the first day of this stage and still keep that lead, because I think that would actually cement them as one of the 5 to already qualify, because it would be quite difficult for the rest of the teams to get to them, just with the fact that they still managed to get a top 4, top 5 in that last game as well, with HVVP getting the chicken dinner. So good performance, and hopefully they'll be able to keep it up and secure themselves a spot in the grand finals.
I mean, yeah, if we talk about regions with big fan bases, like DRS has a massive fan base when it comes to Nepal. DRS for them to qualify would be honestly be phenomenal. The thing is, we've known DRS, the real soldiers, for years now, Max. Like, we've seen this organization around in PUBG Mobile, but we've not really seen them make the splash that we've seen out of a couple of other orgs.
I think I mentioned it on the very first pre-shows that they were like, it's a tradition to have DRS in PMGC. It wouldn't feel like a real PMGC without them here. So yeah, and I think that they're a team that for the first time actually for their first time in PMGC, making big changes that I have not seen in previous iterations of this team. And I think it just looks amazing to see that they go for this passive play style, and now they're just ramping things up because they know a middling average performance is just not going to cut it to make into top 5. It really isn't, and you need these big step ups. And I think that that's maybe what LGD is struggling with, because PL, really long tournaments, and now you got this 2-day tournament now where you have to qualify. They're struggling to the teams that are making these massive changes, like your iNCOs, like also the side of DRS, and they're really bringing the heat in these games.
And bringing the heat indeed here as we take a look over on the side of Titan. No smiles right now for this team as they are well, and then there's a smile, of course. You know, why would there be? I own Caster Curse. But yeah, I'm not looking to new happy necessarily. And we're also getting word that unfortunately we'll be playing with 3 players in this last match as Axer unfortunately needs to go get some medical attention. So a little bit making things a little bit tougher, but maybe more awesome for Titan if they can manage to get a top 5 here at the end of our day tomorrow, to kind of relive things and potentially push themselves further. But on the HVVP side, I mean, even with that last victory that they just had, they're not looking really calm. They're looking a little bit worried.
They are looking a little bit stressed, and my question to them right now is, which drop are we going to see from you guys in this next game? Are we going to see you revert back to the good old-fashioned drop in North Georgia pool that gave you first place in your group 3 days in a row? Or are we going to be seeing you drop off on the west side of Military Island, get mediocre loot, and then suffer with a lack of information and a lack of ability to rotate into the zone, like we've seen in the first half of today's games? We saw in Miramar, they tried to go in from the north and they struggled against BTR. We saw that again in Sandhawk throughout the day. So there needs to be the proper drop location and just the proper start for HVVP if they want to stay within that top 7, top 8 range, just because of, again, how close the overall ranking is, and because of how us not having so many teams dominating, the results are just so squeezely tight, or tightly squeezed rather, at this point in the leaderboard.
I like squeezely tight. I think
right?
that was a good one.
Metal to the pedal, you know, it's cool.
Yeah, we have a new one to add to the list here.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I have another team actually I want to bring up right now. Is going to be, I want to see Besiktas step up. Then you have one chicken dinner. Outside of that, not too much. So Besiktas, I want to see, you know, a good baseline coming through.
All right, well, we're going to find out if Besiktas can do just that. Of course, all of our other teams participating here in our final match of our 2 days in total. First day going to be done after this one. So John on a blank, take it away.
Reaching the halfway mark is a daunting prospect for teams towards the bottom of the tables, but with HVVP blasting out in that last game, they might have alleviated some of that pressure. Although you wouldn't know it looking at their faces. They're looking very, very serious when we've seen them on the cameras.
Still, they realize that, you know, they need to do a little bit more here. I think match 6 will be important to them, and I think that when you look at that last game, light bulbs should be flickering on now for them, in the case that on their side of the map in North George, yes, they might need to play there still because it is their drop spot. It'll be unlikely they'll change it right now, but I think the looting session needs to end a lot sooner for them, and moving towards the circle can occur quicker. A lot of times we have seen the eastern circles or down towards that south side, which is getting a bit more difficult for HVVP to actually contend with and head down to early on. But I think if they make an early move, perhaps they can get towards one of these compounds that can be picked up right on the edge side, and at least they're not playing inwards versus a lot of teams that are currently holding a lot of these western compounds. Alpha 7, on the other hand, towards the northeast, able to find a lot of easy positions to move in towards the circle, a lot of undetected areas. This still requires a lot of skill and a lot of scouting from that team, but getting in through that area a little bit easier than for VPE and HVVP currently, who are held out on these western sides. So I think earlier movements, more central case positions, and when we saw it that last game, I've been talking about it all day at this point in time. VPE sends center, HVP gets a center position as well. Both teams end up in the top 3. I don't think there's much left to say about that because the facts speak for themselves.
They are better in the gunfight than the majority of this lobby, I would say. I think that's self-evident from what we've seen from them before, even if we didn't see it at the start of today. So hopefully they can pull it back together, pick up the pieces, and rearrange them into the shape of one of those last chance spots. Top 5, of course, being that bubble. HVVP seeing themselves very close to that now on the overall standings. Alpha 7 going to drop out late. Imagine heading up towards Severny potentially, but is that VPE as well, also heading out on the northern side? Hang on a minute, Alpha 7, maybe up to North George. What is going on with this circle? It's really kind of changing things up here as well. Alpha 7 may be hot dropping HVVP in North Georgia pole, and the circle contains Zaki blank.
Goodness me. Zaki in this one makes it for a very interesting start to our game. Also up on that northwestern side with this circle, again, HVVP given another chance right at the end of the day to bump up those score totals. Currently in 7th place with 41 points. Very doable to get into the top 5, in fact, at this point in time. Just need to not have one of their games they've had from match 1 to 4. Though I would even go as far to say that right now for HVVP, there's a very good likelihood that we'll see a good game coming out from them, especially being on this northern side, coming off the back of a good game where they found success with that central position they were in. They've already got another chance at finding those positions once again. Meku out towards box compound, Alpha 7 sending over the tops. Alpha 7 will have seen the shoots from HVP and know they're there just because it's their general location. But similarly, HVP will be looking back towards those shoots, knowing that there's a team over towards that northwest side. I'd sort of expect them to try and gatekeep a little bit. LGD down towards South George as well is a bit of a scary scenario. You've got two very, very good teams crunching in between you. You can see that Meku's already making the run over from box compound immediately to assist with the guys from Alpha 7 that are currently in their area.
Yeah, they have fully regrouped on towards North George now. LGD on that south side. I'm very interested in where these hot points of contest are going to be, though, for the southeastern group of teams, because no one currently playing in Primorsk, with Vampire heading up to Severny. They're going to be safely on the north side of the river. But I imagine that around Ruins is going to be fairly hot when it comes to those rotations, as well as that north side of Yasnaya moving through there. Roshok may be a little bit calmer, but Reject are holding out around that area as well.
There's a lot of positions on this side of the map where, you can hold up, you can get a really good chokehold on the circle. I mean, box compound's very good. You do need to have to be aware of the banking that's underneath it, in which case teams can kind of come out from the water and sneak up on your side. You have to be careful of that one. But yeah, definitely not as many compounds as available as there is over towards the eastern side of the map, in which case some of these compound teams like iNCO, like Game Lord, are able to get towards that center, pick up a very, very good position, then just sit there for the entire time. This could be much more tactical play involved. Micro rotations required to get down to certain positions, slowly move your way into a better spot while sweeping, scouting, making sure there's no teams around you. So definitely a good way to end our day. And I think that I would 100% say this circle is very fair in the sense that so much of the previous 4 matches has been favored towards a lot of these eastern teams. It's giving a bit more of a break towards those guys that have had to play Northwest a lot. Interesting split from VPE as well, heading up towards Severny side after seeing this circle, opting not to head down towards Primorsk. I think you're now starting to see, these teams that are not doing so well, like VPE, like HVP, starting to make some adaptations to try and fix some of the scenarios. And they know that Severny's a free area, so pick that one up. It's a no-brainer.
LGD make a break to the northern side of the river, so they have got 2 players now playing on the east end of North George. It's going to cement HVVP into that location a little bit further, a little bit firmer as well. Reject moving up as well along the north shorelines with Reiji scouting out for the squad. Closer again towards that box compound, towards LGD. And potentially looking to hold a valuable choke point on the other side of that central island.
I mean, LGD's already moved up past Hospital, past Crate, up towards the eastern side of George. Now, HVP stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Brazilian squad, Chinese squad just either side of them. Jen Foster looking to take some damage over towards Down 1, who have been really suffering towards the end of the day. Still 44 points though, riding high on the amount of eliminations they've been able to get over towards those previous matches.
Still in 5th place as well for Down 1. Right now, 1 point ahead of IHC, 3 points ahead of HVVP. Bigatron taking shots their way as well. 39 points. They are still very, very much in the race and keeping things going. Game Lord trying to suppress these shots. Game Lord, kind of a surprise entry, I would say, for a lot of people towards the top of these tables. But is it Game Lord or is it Narvalo? We're going to keep asking that question until the rest of the team proves themselves fully worthy of being in those top 5 as well. Vitali run down for iNCO. Bigatron are happy to pick up the point.
iNCO getting a lot of points off that last game. They needed it as well because they were slipping down quite a bit. And I think that, practically, like you say, John, the majority of their points have come from 2 games today. 31 points at the start. They got 3 points over 3 matches, and then another big game there on Miramar sits them at 54. Again, that buffer though at the start of the day with a high elimination count and a chicken dinner really does benefit you massively. Even if you make mistakes a lot during the day, with that one game, it has really allowed them to be in a better position. You know, if they had had maybe a 5-point game at the start of the day instead of what they had with 34, I believe it was, or actually 31, you know, this would have been a case where you would see them down towards maybe even 12th to 11th place, like stuck in the middle of that. With that last Miramar game. So a lot can change and very quickly in this format, as we can see just with HVVP as well, up to 41 points after that previous match on Miramar.
And Vampire, it is unfortunate that they didn't jump further than they did. They're currently still 15th place, but they have shrunk that gap to the bubble to 23 points. So hopefully trying to eat into that to bite a chunk out of that distance towards the end of today. Teams starting to crunch in. HVVP have not left North George yet, and a lot of teams are starting to move into the positions around them, so potentially difficult for them to maneuver. Alpha 7 actually leaving North George and heading back up towards Zaki to play right at the back. Nobody's going to be able to backfill them there. Why would they? Unless DRS go for a wide boat swing, which might come through if the circle shifts north.
Yeah, Misery gets lost on the rotate. Unlikely they'll bring him back up, gets shunted into the bush and donezoed. One elimination now found for Besiktas. 62 players in the lobby, 16 still going. IHC, the long crawl up towards that northern side. Titan still remaining over towards Milter. Circle centers up, and look at that, iNCO. A long run, make their way towards that top side and shooting range. Sure, they took a little bit of damage earlier on, but they should be absolutely fine. This is in that forested region, so they can keep themselves nice and safe. Nice and comfy in that area. Of HVVP playing all the way over towards the eastern side of North George. LGD a little bit further ahead of them towards the east side.
I'm wondering how LGD are going to be able to hold on their 2-1-1 split right now. I mean, it's very open with this next circle. I imagine they're going to look to regroup, potentially even 2-2. HVVP get the first knock onto iNCO, get a second as well. Third coming through. Was that a flush onto Nenebete, in fact? Turning it around. No, it's only Becca left for iNCO, and HVVP picking up a couple points there. Make that 3 that they're able to claim away. Someone must have pinched one of those points away from them. But either way, iNCO down and out in the final game of the day. 54 points is their total blank. That is below a 10-point average on 6 matches. It's a 9-point average.
So should sit just underneath, technically, of 5th place. We do conclude this match, but still, a lot of teams have to do well here. And we could have a case where a lot more of our 1st to 5th place teams drop out. We have more of these 7th to 8th place teams start to ladder up just a little bit. So we'll see what happens. I mean, 54 is still a 10-point buffer between them and 4th place at the moment. Or moving out down towards Besiktas' area. This is in the ruined airplane area at the moment. Nice position to hold for a little while.
Ooh,
fortunately, you can get naded out quite easily.
Shut down. Navallo gets the flush as well with the DB. Akashi takes a lot of damage but doesn't go down for Game Lord, so still 4 players active. Aegon XI8 not so lucky, taking a knock their way. HVVP holding off against Vampire, who have managed to appear here in the circle. Moving in from Severny a long time ago, past Alpha 7 somehow. Into the north side of Georgopol, to one of the buildings underneath the hillside on the north edge of it. Seemingly allowed to do so. That's going to be dangerous. Potentially a bacon time situation for Vampire.
Very close to a lot of these guys. At the moment, HVP continues to hold off both these teams at the same time, getting some knocks through. Sure, if they're stalled by other teams, it's not too bad as long as they provide themselves some space in the area. And with VPE all locked into one building, there is a chance that you can take some good nade tosses over towards that area, maybe find yourself a few eliminations, a few knocks that way. You could diminish the actual power of VPE, that's good. But again, these were our 2 top teams coming into this lobby. Going head-to-head against one another, it's not always as easy as we make it out to be. LGD also similarly a top dog, but haven't really found that power that they were looking for quite a while. Circle sent us up towards LGD, VPE, and HVVP. So looks like a lot of these guys towards the top of the tables have now a chance to prove themselves and get some big points on the board and get back in the running towards the top before tomorrow.
And look at DRS as well, all the way out on that west side. They're crossing on the West Georgia Pole Bridge to the north edge. I'm wondering if that's going to go detected. Should be just about close enough for VPE, for HVVP to hear those vehicles move. But if they go in on foot, it might catch them unsuspecting if there's a third-party position there from the North George area. But do DRS want to commit to it? Looks like they are actually just going to turn back around. They're not even going to go all the way across just yet. Teams making their way in. Bacon time. Sailing in the hills underneath Alpha 7. Noise gets knocked out, flushed easily. Information gathered short, and a dangerous rotation for Bacon time. Probably necessary, to be honest, to spend the player's life there. To be able to get a little bit of a safer route in, but in they crash, and right towards Vampire they go. They could be sailing right into the Lion's Den. They will do. They send down. They're going to know there's players there, and they have to just keep on going. Try and send wider, but Matic's waiting out as well. He'll be able to shoot one, maybe. Out nearly gets a second. Ice getting flushed. Will be able to take a little bit of damage. Crawls back behind cover, and Ormstyle stays alive. If they can get back in, great. But a nade being cooked up, and Meku's flying in as well for the backup. They do not want to allow another team to have a foothold here, and a nade over the top gets the flush. Looking for the next player in as well. Shirty's across the way. Two players active for Bacon time. On the staircases, Tixie goes down first, but they were moving as a pair. HVVP are playing as a team, and they're getting their confidence back. 5 eliminations.
Really good refrag there coming through from Meku and Tixie. Also backed up by the fact that Matix remained in that building, so isolating that engagement away from any team that wanted to go for a third party. So VPE still locked down by Matic, able to quickly peek out those windows if he needs to. But HVP in a really good turn of events at the moment. Bumping up their score points, already now in 5th place, laddered up above Dan 1. For now.
Disaster for Bacon time, though. Last place on the standings, 1 player remaining. The first day, absolutely getting cooked. I'll have to really come into tomorrow swinging, best foot forward, try and turn things around. Titan moving in, having to play with 3 this time around, unfortunately. It is far from ideal, but middle of the pack, if they can just get 6 points on the game, they'd be okay with that. That would give them a chance for tomorrow if they can come back with 4.
Titans. Still in the game at the moment with the 3 players, like you say. I mean, got quite far into the circle. It's a decent position, but with that shift, heading down towards the south side, BTR can't have lucky blessings, but there will be a lot of teams moving over towards that crated area. A lot of positions to hide, a lot of warehouses to move into. Reject immediately making the decision to make that crossing right now.
Reiji starting out that movement, dragging the rest of the team behind as well. Playing 1-2-1, forward 1 scout, 2 in the Dacia. Trying to make it across, will be able to do so. Bigatron actually spotted, taking a knock as well, allowing Reject probably to get past into a position that otherwise they probably wouldn't have been able to get to.
Yeah, you're 100% sure that if that happened, BTR would have loved to have taken shots down that way, but it's actually HVP that takes shots over towards Reject. Find at least one of them. They're on the open broadside from the windows. Really good stuff. Again, they still have to be worried about VPE. They're on that north side. Eventually, we'll have to cross downwards. Good shots coming through from down 1, but that's Ravenclaw actually taking a knock. Great moment there for HVP to keep VPE locked down on that northern side.
Really good high ground in those buildings for HVVP. Game Lord, down 1, both fighting it out. And this, again, is good news for HVVP. One of those teams around them. Either way, is going to take a little bit of punishment on the northeast side. Heating up very, very quickly. But guess who's still alive for Game Lord Blank? That's right, it's Narvalo. Has that DP in hand. A signature weapon, seemingly, for this guy. And he needs it. When you're left alone so frequently, you're going to need the number of bullets that you can put in the magazine there. Narvalo, though, spotted by down 1 and right on the edge, unlikely to survive much further.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult for him to make his way in. Does have a vehicle, though, so could just full send it. It's a little bit further forward, spots the player, looks to take shots as he's rotating away. Game Lord knowing they need a few more points, but it looks like Damwon's just setting back up further to try and finish off this final member from Game Lord. So close to them in terms of the rankings as well. Finishing out the final member right now, knowing that how far Game Lord can get into the game with just a solo player as well. You know, those placement points could be the big difference maker. Titans swimming it through at the moment. A tough spot to be in underneath the bridge, but a very survivable one too.
As long as you can hold it down. Those sightlines from the side can be brutal, so if you allow people onto the coastline, like Alpha 7's position, like Besiktas' position, can be dangerous, but fortunately, there are teams on either bank as well who are going to take shots across that broadside. It is a very isolated position, but Titan are going to try and hold off under the bridge with 6.
The way that this landscape pans out, there is huge amount of low ground here, a lot of buildings to play around with, so no one's really safe. If you sat in these crates or you sat in these compounds on this side, everyone can take clear shots back at one another, so you're going to see a lot of these long-range engagements unfolding as the game goes forward. You already saw HVVP all the way in North George taking shots down towards rejecting crates, so long shots available. Of how good these players are, it is not unreasonable to think that they would hit these shots either. And DMR's also being buffed recently, gives them really good opportunity to hit some headshots, plink off some helmets, even get a couple of knocks on their side. Next circle, south or north, straight middle. Oh, awful.
It keeps the HVVP position in there, but do they commit to staying there, or is it going to be more valuable to move out and try and take the position away from Aegon XIA, or even try and just get across the river if they can? I mean, it's very, very difficult choices to make. Maybe they just try and play for the points and get as much as they can from the spot that they're in. It's very, very tricky, but it's equally tricky for all of these other teams as well to make that decision. And likely, we're not going to see anyone except for Shirty move, except for Novalo, down 1, and Vampire are going to have to make that choice.
DRS have a really difficult push ahead of them with Reject looking down that way. I mean, their best bet is just to head down towards the south and move into one of these warehouses, which they're currently doing now. I think that if you are forced to move over that coastal side towards Reject, it's almost a death sentence. So the fact they're able to quickly swing downwards, pick out that compound, realize that no one's in it, that is a perfect opportunity for them. Getting further into the game now too.
YZ lighting up down 1, and all 3 of them fall. Punched out and flushed out as well. Goodness me. Fabian wondering what the hell just happened to the rest of his team. Now going to have to live the Narvalo lifestyle.
And cut down the approach quite easily. Very, very sharp reaping blade coming through from the guys of LGD. Instantly shut that down. Narvalo's even looking for a little bit more, maybe hoping to pick up Fabian. That is a dangerous position to be in. 6 takes some shots. Doesn't quite hit it, and Fabian finds the mark he was looking for to get towards the water. Drops out maybe a little bit too short, though.
With the vehicle there, if he can fall back and explode it safely, that's some really solid cover. The difficulty obviously will be nades coming in from LGD and from Titan. LGD actually taking shots over towards Aegon XI8, who have pushed up to North George. Oh, no, wait, hang on a minute. That's Vampire. It's similar color, different team. But down 1 do finally go down. 44 points.
Hello.
Before the game, 3 eliminations. Narvalo joins Aegon XI8 in their compound, but there's plenty of nades being put through the windows now. 2 players are there to fight off against. And they shouldn't be able to find a nade angle at the moment for Aegon XI8. He's playing right at the back in the room. It would be super, super difficult without pushing straight on in for them to find that. Unless he missteps. Does take a bit of damage there. Just smokes out the entire building, though, and makes it really hard to go for those nade angles.
Very exposed at the moment. A lot of utility been sent through from Aegon. Try and get this member down from Game Lord. Moves a little bit further up. This is a dangerous push. 6 grenades, though. More than enough to maybe make this happen. It's right up towards the window. It's too close. There it is. UZM finds it.
Able to get the nade right on the money. It was a dangerous push, as he said, but didn't really have too many choices to make. Even Narvalo can only go so far. IHC against Enigma Galaxy in the crates on the south side. Next circle just about to pop as well. So this fight needs to conclude, and they'll make the decision what to do after it. And Modi with the lineup, playing off Freak. on Enigma Galaxy. IHC have the high and low ground. A risky drop in, but it's good for Icy. What a way to find Hamodi there. Knows that there's another player waiting around as well with the knock. Freak is there, looks for a hop up, looks for a shot, but hang on a minute, it's Bigatron looking to light up IHC in the meantime. They're taking shots out that way, but Freak might just step a little bit too bold forwards. Godless spotted, and he will be taken down. That's Freak close by to a nade from Bigatron, who are taking a lot away a lot of these points from the teams. The circle does shunt, but it keeps that northern side in it. Aegon XI8's compound now priority for the teams on the north.
Need to make their way on over with Aegon XA a little bit under the weather. 3 players, definitely doable to go for this crash. LGD looking to do that themselves. Liquid down, a good nade to start that one off, and Zuxi, no choice but to back off here. Gem Foster has a great spot on the high ground. Time being. Now VPE realise that they have to push through HVVP if they want to get in. Ravenclaw on the side, great move out from Matic.
Opening up onto Vampire. Ravenclaw down first. Matic down on the ground. The only player from HVVP there has Tixie on the backup, who might just fall out the front to try and get a challenge here. Fluke has a nade cooking.
Another!
Schwepp is there. Another knock over to Stoned, and Matic is going big right now, but finally he's dismounted. There is cover on the hop out from Tixie, though, on this high ground position, but the blue zone is pushing. Matic is pretty much done for here. The rest of HVVP are going to be shut down, and Fluke moves on up to the top and will be able to get the shots down with the DBS. Kitsune now left last man standing, and HVVP take a tumble. 6 eliminations on the game. They will go down in 10th. It's probably going to be all right for them into tomorrow. They'll have that platform to play from with all of the teams right in front of them going down early as well. Blank, that pack doesn't close fully. They even managed to get one from the grave. 7 eliminations.
VPE now tried to step out, but it's Aegon XIA in the way. Goes to find Schweppes. That's a really long grenade, and UZM sees it coming. Has to just back off that position. It's a really strong spot coming through from IA. And it was a difficult push for HVV to hit up with 2 teams fully loaded in both of these compounds. Making that crossing would have been very difficult. I think even for VPE, like, it was lights out as soon as that shifted away. Didn't really have much choice after that fact, just to hope the circle moved their way. Looks Duxie on his own. Inside the crate, I think Icy knows, though.
Oh, they definitely know. Oh, they definitely know that he's up there. In the meantime, LGD bearing down upon Aegon XI, who've been holding out strong for so long, but Ghost finally taken down by a nade from MVM. Suki on the outside, YZ goes up to join him, a nade out the door, might prove troublesome, but UZM trapped in the kitchen there, under the fire, will go for a spray, and it's 1 and it's 2. Last player standing for Aegon XI, it's a 1v1. Suki up to challenge, a lot of damage pouring both ways through the window, and UZM takes the brunt of it, goes out wide, and he shut it down. LGD wrest control back in a hairy little fight on the northern side, but there's no one for a third party, and everybody in the south is still going hell for leather.
That could have been very bad there. I felt like I8 had that in those final moments. It was a really aggressive push out. I respected it, to say the least, but just one of those bullets flew straight, did not hit him. He's able to close that one out. Now LGD back up to a 4-man strength alongside them and IHC. Currently right in the zone themselves. For LGD, what a difficult push it's going to be to get across this river for them. They'll need the vehicles. I don't think they have them.
They will have got that full resupply, though, off all 4 bodies there. Gem Foster for Bigatron, just chilling right now. I don't think anyone's really looked out here, and because he could, I think, can he crawl forward and be in the next zone on the arm of the crane? Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see. IHC are going to push out. I don't think anyone expects there to be a player up here still. I imagine people are thinking that everyone was down and descended. Although, to be fair, they would have got that knock onto Zuxi and known that there was still a teammate around from Bigatron.
I don't want to jinx it just yet, but Titans, 3 players in a really strong spot all the way on the eastern side. They started this game with 3. A very nice consolation to AXA, currently not in the game. They ought to pick up some good points here.
Would be such a relief for them as well. They've already got to top 7. Looks like they're going to try and take the fight with LGD. A tough task, and Teak goes down first. They have got cover. They'll need to crawl back quite a way and drop a smoke to be able to go for this res, but they can stay up at 3. LGD are going to have to push closer to that ridgeline, towards that bank side as well. And you said it was going to be a tough choice, a tough push. This is where it really starts to solidify.
Some vehicles, though, at least the one, so you really do need to just send straight direct to the other side of the bank, but there's so many other teams also holding in a similar spot. As Revo steps up, takes shots, Suki, huge amount of damage on his side.
Goodness me, playing in the vehicle as well. Suki spotted, knocked out as well, but Revo got a little bit too big for his boots, and YZ humbles him. Puts him back into the mix. MVM going down, as are the rest of LGD. Only going to be YZ left. Suki may be resible here, but Mafioso will need to crawl across to get Revo back into it. YZ looks for the shutdown, and Mafioso wins that trade. How does he get that done? LGD eliminated, 6th place, 6 elims. Now over in the crates, it's really all to play for. Jen Foster still on the top rope, up on high ground. He is taking shots. He took down Scarlet, one of some of Reject earlier before. IHC moving through though. 3 players active and alive. DRS, 1 player down, looking to res up Killer. Delta will be looking to pick that one back up. Alex as well, getting resed here. Bigatron, their Lone Ranger up the top. Will find Icy from IHC, the 4 position against DRS, which is going to allow them a lot more ground. And he does have just a little bit of this to play with. Does he have any meds though? Because he is super low right now. Delta spot Icy. Shots from Teak as Titan can start to leverage their bankside position. If they get rid of Alpha 7, they have an amazing opportunity to curtail the players from crates.
BTR out, Titans, DRS, IHC looking to finish this one off. And Titans with the 3 players. Axa not in, but they refuse to let him down here at the end.
Shots from IHC, good. Line them up onto DRS, finding 1, finding 2. Ziol now with the last player to worry about, and Titan are on the bankside. You do not have anywhere to go if you're Gianti right now. Pushing all the way through. This is a broadside from Godless, just completely bold there. If Titan peek up, that's a dead player for IHC, but Gianti playing around the corner. They know he's there. Ziol trades it off Godless, playing 1, playing 2. Gianti gives them a run for it, but Ziol stays alive. They crunch in. They have the cover of the crates, but in move the Titans. They start to close the net, and the trap is set.
Ziol tries to heal up. What a fantastic way for Titans to bring this back up to form. You can't write things like this, John. From IH jump up into this one, to Axa having to leave the lobby for 1 game, but the Titans wanting to keep this up for him.
Doing him proud. 4 eliminations, looking to put 6 on the board. They will be able to close it out. That is how you do it. And what a relief as well for them coming into tomorrow. I'm sure they were absolutely dreading dropping in with 3. But Axa's going to be happy with that. They've absolutely shone the light and done phenomenally well. 3 players. Throw it up. Be proud.
Honestly, Axa probably one of the most smiley guys in PUBG Mobile. I think he'd be glad to see this right now. The rest of his team smiling with him. Happy days here. A good amount of points sees him with a striking chance into tomorrow. Love Hearts coming through too. Happy days. You know, I couldn't be more pleased with this result either. But yeah, a lot of teams able to get some good points. BTR as well. Jen Foster right on top of that grade. Just kind of poking the bears underneath him, getting them to fight one another. I am very happy with how Last Chance has gone so far, John. We've had some really cool storylines, really cool games. But yeah, all down to tomorrow now.
HVVP getting quite a few points as well on the game from eliminations. Not too many on the placement though, going down in 10th place. But it is going to be so exciting to see what's going to happen tomorrow because it is still so close. It's all to play for.
Just gotta leave the suspense in there for you guys at home, because to do that for Titan Gaming being a man down since the game started, and to pull off a chicken dinner with 6 elims, 21 points to keep them in the running for top 5, I don't know what it is to say about that team, but that was phenomenal.
They go from mill to right to here. It's a really, really long rotation to make too, and they must not have had a lot of information in this game. But yeah, as you said, as a 3-man, a game like this, very, very complicated to get. And a lot of teams, what they did is like, oh, do we have to go north of the river? Oh, do we go south? They're like, we'll go in the river. How about that?
We are the
we
river.
Are the river. we are the river, pretty much. The bridge tolls of the game. And the moment all the teams are eliminated on the north sandstorm, you can start playing that ridge line, and you know you're never going to leave George Pole in one piece.
Well, DRS get another 14 points as well. Genfo's getting a bigger chunk. I believe that was 12. Some big points needed here for some of these teams, but DRS lengthening the lead even further. But taking a look at a quick recap of the day, Matic, 15 elims, leading the charge here. Kind of surprised by that, to be honest, considering HVVP only really had one good match.
Yeah, considering the fact that when we started today's games, they started off in 12th place, 8th, 13th, and then in that 5th game, getting those 14 elims was absolutely massive for them. And then once again, having the zone coming in your favor towards that northern western side for Georgia Pool definitely helped out HVVP. And in the rankings, they are still 7th. 5 points between them. Yeah, actually 2 points between them and getting to that top 5. But Titan, jeez.
How do you predict?
I don't know. I don't know.
I am a little bit shocked by it. This is completely off to what I initially expected going into this, but DRS in first place. We said it, the change of playstyle has been working great for them, Jason, and I want to see if they can keep it up heading into tomorrow, because I think a lot of changes are going to be made by these teams on the second page of the rankings.
Problem is that 5th place is so close to so many other people. Like there's like 2 or 3 teams behind them, 2 points away. Going even into 9th place, it's 47. Like there's not many points separating them between a lot of different teams. So going into tomorrow, like that is the scariest place to be. And I need to see Titan do it yet again, though. I hope they do, call Axter right away. Be like, bro, we won. What's happening? Get out of here more often. We'll play as 3. Just fantastic to see, but no one should really feel safe. Even DRS towards the top. If they can put on a performance like this tomorrow, obviously they're going to be through and looking like a phenomenal team. But the problem with DRS is, I think for me, is a level of kind of consistency of them playing at this level for more than just a couple matches. And I think that's going to be one of my main focuses going into tomorrow.
Well, these guys have been performing insanely well in today's games, and you want to see consistency, they definitely showed it to you today. Not one game have they been placed lower than 7th. Not one game. They had 2 7th-place finishes, and then the other 4 games they had, it was top 4, top 5 every single time. So this is exactly the kind of change that you wanted to see coming into this stage of the tournament, and it is phenomenal to see for these guys. And now we can see the fans being very, very happy for them. We saw how many times they were voted for in the group stage, so definitely a happy community and a happy crowd for DRS.
I think that DRS and iNCO are my 2 teams that stood out the most throughout today, because I think they brought something to the table we have not seen these 2 teams do, if it's in their group stage or if it is especially in the survival stage. So I'm stoked to see these changes happen. It's paying off really, really well, and I'm stoked to see if they can work out also tomorrow.
Well, you know what? DRS, they're leading the charge. They're going to be on the stage with Flava for a quick interview to talk about the matches today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're currently here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the last chance. That's actually happening right here today, day number 1 itself. We have just concluded all the matches we have today. Amazing 6 matches right here. And of course, I'm joining together with a representative from Team DRS. How are you feeling right now, placing first?
I'm feeling great, and it's an honor to be here. And yeah, we are feeling really great and having a good time today.
Right. And of course, how are you feeling now that your team takes first place in the ranking in such a competitive race right now, since everybody is looking forward to being top 5 out of 16 teams?
Yeah, the game is really tough, and all the competitors are equally good, and we are also one of them, and we are feeling great, and we are feeling little bit uneasy, but we will adjust ourselves in this lobby, and we will try to take the #1 place tomorrow.
Yeah, most definitely. So they seem that despite the confidence in being in first place, they are still a little bit uneasy. Probably they want more right here. And of course, what do you think should be taken care of to keep your team in the top 5 tomorrow?
We should be. I think tomorrow we will play calm and composed, and we will try to be in the top spot and not leave #5. But I believe in my team, and I think we can win the last chance tomorrow.
All right, that's an amazing response right there. And of course, which team and players' performance impressed you in today's game? Was there any particular team or player that comes to mind when it comes to this?
In today's game, I think our team was the best and our players were the best in the lobby. And that's why we secured the #1 place.
All right. So, and of course, last question here. Tomorrow will be crucial in determining whether you can reach the grand finals. Now, what will you do to prepare either tonight or even tomorrow morning just before we kickstart day number 2 in the final day, the final chance?
After going to the hotel, we will discuss about today's game and we will study others' game and rotations. And I think we are ready to fight for the glory.
Yeah, they're ready to fight for the glory. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations once again for that amazing performance today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day number 1 right here at the final chance. Now, tomorrow is going to be the final day. At the end of tomorrow, we will get to know who are the top 5 teams out of the 16 teams being featured during this weekend itself. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. My name is Flavor, and we're going to be passing over back to our analyst to do a little bit of analytics on what has transpired throughout the whole day itself. And of course, thank you so much again to Team URS for the amazing performance today. We will see you guys in a bit back with our analytics. Bye, everyone.
All right, so DRS have a little bit of confidence, realizing they're played the best today, which obviously within the settings they definitely have been able to do so. But can they do it yet again tomorrow? As you heard him say, their work's not done just yet. They're heading back to the hotel, Kuala Lumpur, Big Star Hotel, where our world is your playground, funny enough, and study, because that's what they need to do here. They realize what's on the line, and getting through into the finals is exactly what they want.
I didn't like that he said we're going to try and play calm tomorrow. Don't play calm, play aggressive. This is great what you guys did today, okay? Don't relax too much, even though you're going to a pretty cool based hotel, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I hope we can still see these eliminations coming through because they looked impressive today. I want to see if they can keep it up.
They really did. Absolutely massive change from them. And other teams definitely did step up. I mean, even IHC with their performance right now, they're in 3rd place. Pretty secure for themselves, but just the fact that we're having 5th place so close to even 10th and 11th, just that small margin, it's so close that any one game can change it up. And again, because we didn't have 1 or 2 teams, let's say, completely dominating today's games, how close it is, it just makes the end that much spicier. And I absolutely love this PMGC. And you know, I'm on the hype train. This is the best PMGC ever, and I love it.
Well, the hype train will continue tomorrow. We'll find out which 5 teams will be joining the rest to head over into the PMGC Grand Finals, kicking off in Jakarta over in the month of January, just a few weeks away. Hope you guys have a great night, but you better be back tomorrow to find out which teams make it through. We'll see you guys then.